Alrighty, alrighty. What is good, everyone? What is good? Let's see, am I showing up here? Yes, there I am. There I am, Gary, there I am. How are you guys doing? Let's see who's in the chat. Sheffo and Dusty, how are you guys? Before we get started, I am going to send the link out to people. Let's see. And then I think there's just a few more places I'm going to send it to. Alrighty. So let's see. We're just going to send them now. Why not? Oh man, some people are going to be surprised by the thumbnails. Yeah, it's Khadgar in a wheelchair. It's gonna be fun to talk about when we get to it. And yes, I will be talking about the current direction of WoW's story. Oh, yeah, let me get. I don't know why I can't read chat. That's funny, Pickle. That's really funny. In the meantime, while we wait for some more people to get in here, I also have to post it on X. Let's see, Sausage the dog hired Agent 47. Got bored maxing assassinated. That's funny. He got tired of only being given scraps. Let's see. Yeah, there has been a lot of shit going on in VTuber land as of late. We'll get started proper in like 5 minutes. But yeah, there has been a lot of stuff that's been going on in VTuber land as of late. So there's that. In the meantime... Damn, Archaeosophy, that's funny. Man, honestly, I'm trying to save all the talk for when we actually get started, so that should be in like a few minutes. I guess I'll have the moonshine right now. Delicious. So how was your guys' week? You guys doing good? I know I had a pretty good week. This Nibba drinking hooch. That's funny. Oh, wow. That's an interesting headline. For the first time in a single quarter, Kick has reached 1 billion hours watched for Q2 2025. Twitch saw a third straight quarterly decline. Oh, shit. That's actually kind of huge for the streaming world. But... anyways, let's get started now, shall we? It's almost 7:05. Also, well, gotta get my Bible up there. Let's see. Let's go. Let's pull up the itinerary, shall we? What are we going to be talking about today? So, tonight on the ScurvyRum show, we're going to be going over how storytelling is dead. Then for our first video, we have Ironheart and farming garbage content by the Fourth Age. You might be surprised, but it is relevant to, how storytelling is dead. Then we have 2 cancellations. We're going to cancel Anthony Gramuglia, because he's making an ass of himself again, and EGAD decided to document it. And then for our next video, we have Modern WoW Has a Storytelling Problem by the Kephis. As if you didn't see the thumbnail, we are going to be talking about the current state of Warcraft's story. And then for the other cancellation, we're going to be canceling Death Stranding 2. We have a new video from Synthetic Man, so that means we're going to watch it. But let's get started, shall we? First, let me move myself over. There we go. Yep, we're all good here. So, Pecco. Let's see. Dotard says suggestions. Canadians canceling visits to the U.S., including international tourists, and how do I pick my thumbnails? Whatever. Like I've said before, I've answered this question before. I guess whatever is relevant and whatever's my interest at the time. DS2 can never be bad. It has Pecora in it. Yes, I know, Pecco, but at the same time, it's fucking modern day Kojima. So,
hey.
Anyway, so let's get started with Ironheart and farming garbage content.
How you doing? This is RJ. So today I'm going to talk about, in a roundabout sort of way, the new Ironheart television show.
We're going to speed this up
and
a
I
little.
feel compelled to do this because there are many people who are criticizing this television show of how bad it is. Many people on my side.
Oh, and keep in mind, he doesn't like the crappy Ironheart show at all, but he is going to expose how stories like Ironheart are like they are somewhat intentionally designed to manufacture outrage.
Many people who are on the same wavelength as me with this new quote-unquote progressive entertainment, asking questions like, why does this show exist? Who is this for? Why has stuff like this not died already? Why in the world would Marvel even release this? Why did they not just bury it? And my favorite, why would you portray this character as if she's more of a villain than a hero? Now, I'm going to answer all of those questions in a roundabout sort of way. And again, I feel compelled to do this because a lot of people who have bigger channels than mine and have more access to things than me, people like, I don't know, Call Me Shadow, or that fella, I think his initials are RK, it shows up on the side, or It's a Gundam, or a dozen other people asking these questions. And
I will say, with Gundam in particular, Gundam at least is, I mean, one, he's a very funny guy, like he knows how to make me laugh, and two, it's like he does provide solutions, albeit in jest. Because I think he also understands that it's like, this shit is already too far down the pipeline to be canceled. So it's like, hey, why not make fun of it? That's Gundam's whole thing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Why in the world, if you have lived through and criticized all of the things that I've criticized over the last 10 years, do you need to even ask these questions? And all I can seriously come up with in order to answer my own question is, A, either I'm taking crazy pills, B, commentators like this have the memory retention of a goldfish, or C, they're just farming for content. They know the answer to these questions, but they're pretending that they don't in order to farm for content. Now, I honestly think it is.
To explain the overpopulation hoax, that's something I could do. That's something I could do in like a video or something. I don't think it'd be good enough for a stream, but definitely a video of why the whole overpopulation thing is a myth.
It is C, and I'm not criticizing them if that's what they're doing. You can go ahead and do that. It's not what I do. I'm just some crazy guy who turns on his computer every Saturday and speaks for an hour. I don't care about farming for content or chasing the algorithm or anything like that. If they want to go ahead and do that, they can go ahead and do that.
And I'm just a hobbyist at the end of the day, and I like covering the stuff that I cover on here and in my videos.
Probably their business. Go ahead. But I honestly think that in doing so, they're doing a disservice to the audience who actually wants good entertainment.
I also believe that stuff, the reason why we're getting shit like Ironheart instead of quality shows, it largely has to do with the fact that these companies are starting to understand how a bunch of idiots can just be manipulated into making content about their criticisms of a given piece of media, right? And those criticisms can be correct, or they can also not be correct. But primarily, these companies are aware of these channels, and they basically use these channels to get like some extra marketing. Even if the person watches the series, via not legal means, you're still giving attention to something that's ultimately garbage. So it's just like, why bother at that point? At least for the content creator, it's like you're gonna be playing right into their hands. I at least acknowledge that even just showing the image of Ironheart new series Disney Plus, some of you fuckers might actually watch that shit just to rip on it. And I mean, hey, as long as you're not giving them money, but you are wasting your time. Oh yeah, in terms of the whole climate change stuff. Ooh, that does sound like a good idea for an episode. It would be a bit dry and sciency, if that's what it's gonna be, but that's fine by me. I like dry and sciency.
Perhaps, I don't know, maybe it is that they just don't understand what is going on here. Now, in order to try to explain why this show exists and why it exists in the format that it does, I'm going to use an analogy here at the first. And I know, analogical fallacy and everything, just go with me. Shows like Ironheart exist because Walt Disney is doing the same thing as these YouTube creators. They are farming for content. Now, here's where I extend the analogy to the breaking point. I have worked on farms throughout my life when I was younger, so I'm just going to pick something that I'm familiar with. Let's say you have a field of potatoes on a farm. Most people think that your food just goes from the field into the grocery store and then you buy it. No, I'm sorry. There are dozens of different steps you need to go through in order to get that to happen. First off, potatoes don't get grown from seed, they get grown from sets, which is just another potato chopped up into a bunch of little pieces. And then there's fertilizer and chemicals put on those sets, and then those...
Now this might seem a little crazy, the comparison he's drawing to at first, but the point of him talking about working with potatoes, it has to do with the fact that there is a process behind how these shows are made, and why they're made. For the potato analogy, it's because, well, potatoes provide food. As for, content slop like Ironheart here, it is designed to provoke outrage. That's all it is. It's just to provoke outrage, to get people talking about it. There's a reason why the CGI looks like it's from a George Droid AI video. I mean, yeah, there's the whole budget thing and how it's, there just wasn't enough put in there. And yes, the CGI genuinely does look like it's from a George Droid AI video. But at the same time, it's like that's intentional. It's to get people talking about this shit.
Sets go into a field, but even before they get planted in that field, you got to do soil testing, you got to fertilize the field, you got to groom the field, everything. Plow it, disc it, whatever. Then, even after you plant it, you're still going to have to do dozens of things. You might have to water it with irrigation, depending on where you are. It has to be sprayed at least 4 or 5 times, maybe, to keep the pests away, to keep the weeds away. And especially if you're going to be using this field of potatoes in order to grow new potatoes, that is to say, to use them for sets themselves, there's a whole other set of things that need to be done. Oh, besides cultivation, there'd be roguing of several different kinds, all of this kind of thing. Anyways, it's a process, to say the least. A massively big process, which is part of this bigger farm. And here's the thing. Since these plants are grown in this way, they grow spectacularly well. But if you take them outside of this system and try to plant them somewhere else, you're not going to get anywhere near the same results. You could plant your set 5 feet away from the field of potatoes that's getting groomed, and you're going to get nothing. Let alone if you try to plant it in the wild, it is going to die really quickly. So, end of analogy. Why does Ironheart exist? Why? Because it's a part of farming for content. It is a part of this entire system that exists.
It's like what I've said before. The reason why we're still seeing a bunch of this woke trash that keeps getting pumped out, it's like, again, it's already too far along in the pipeline. It would be a waste to just outright cancel development, compared to it releasing and it recuperating at least some of the cost. Not much, but it's still a slight recuperation because, remember, or they're legitimately being funded by BlackRock or various world governments. If that's the case of, them being funded by world governments, it's like they're not going to care about, loss of money. Again, it was paid by the taxpayers, so we technically all paid for Dustborn, people, because our tax dollars went to that shit. But ultimately, what I'm getting at here is that we're still going to be... It's going to be a little bit longer, guys. It's going to be probably another 5 years before the woke truly starts to get put away by these companies, even though they're already realizing, and some of these projects are already being canceled because they're not that far along in the pipeline. but but again, they want to try to milk this content meta for as long as possible. They want the Smash JQs of the world to make low effort, slop tube videos, as EGAD would put it.
In order to create and support other content. Now, before I begin talking about this entire farming system, which I think most YouTubers which are on my side should know by now, let's talk more specific.
Oh, and they also care more about getting a message out than it doing well. So, again, if it doesn't do well, they don't really care that this thing didn't do well. I'm sure some investors might be a little pissed off or something, but what the artsy types in these entertainment companies care more about is that their message is out there, and that's all they care about. Again, it's propaganda, people. Like, they don't care if they make any money off it. They just want to propagandize people. It's that simple.
Specifically about Ironheart for just 1 second. Why does Ironheart exist in this system? Why? Because it is going to be made mandatory viewing for you to understand the next Avengers movie, which is Avengers Doomsday. There is already a...
So that's another thing to, if you care about cape shit or whatnot. Like, I mean, I don't care about cape shit, and I also described the reason why this was made literally a few seconds ago, but the thing is, it's like, yeah, they also, in terms of the whole franchise plan or whatnot, March 15th, what? But I don't know what you're talking about, man. Anyways, what they're trying to do, it's like they basically want you to watch all the slop that's around the Avengers movie, or the upcoming Avengers movie. And yeah, we'll get to what he was saying, because I'm basically just going to be saying what he was saying, and he's going to say it a lot better than I could.
A list of movies and shows that you have to watch in order to fully grasp what is going to happen in the next Avengers movie. They are, as listed, Iron Man 1, 2, and 3, Black Panther 1 and 2, Doctor Strange 1 and 2, and the What If series. And of course, there's going to be more added to that list the closer we get to the release of the new Avengers movie. Most certainly, the new Fantastic Four movie is going to be added to that list. And the Ironheart series is going to be added to that list. Why? Because if you look at the new Ironheart series, its main villains are, what's his name, the Hood, and you also have Mephisto in there. And again, people are saying, why in the world would you confuse this technology-based character, based upon Iron Man, with magic? Why? Because that's going to be the entire premise of Avengers Doomsday. Because Dr. Doom
we're gonna have to look at ugly for a while, aren't we?
Is going to combine science with magic, and that's how he's going to actually gain control. And so the people who are fighting against him are going to need to understand that and defeat him on those terms. And this is the introduction within the...
Also, the thing is, with a lot of modern cape shit, it's so fucking predictable. It really is. It's like, oh, of course this is gonna be in, of course there's gonna be this, fuck, I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say. I barely had anything to drink, so I don't know why my memory's just farting out on me. Let's see, gotta retrace my steps here.
Against him are going to need to understand that and defeat him.
Oh yeah, I remember. So basically, they just want you to just mindlessly consume slop and somehow put it all together. It's not going to be like, oh, Cairo, I'm a lemon.
Good job, buddy. You're retarded. Yes, you are.
Dong Shaka, Cape Shit, multiverse, nothing ever matters. There's no stakes, infinite timelines. Yep, exactly that. It's like, why should I care about this? Especially since the whole multiverse is a thing. You saved the show right there, Dong Shaka. But oh man, it's like, why should we care about this? Why should we care about Ironheart aside from just, other people talking about it on YouTube? Why? Just why? Why should we care about any of this? Like, it doesn't matter now that the multiverse is a thing. It doesn't matter that, oh, if Ironheart were to die, oh, suddenly, oh, we could just grab a new Iron Man from another timeline, and oh, fan service. It's the cheapest fan service imaginable, and I think even the soy cucks are starting to get tired of the multiverse and timeline shit too. It's nothing original. It's not fun. It's not interesting. South Park made fun of it too, because it is a really stupid idea. But man, man, oh man, I don't have any I don't have any confidence in any of these big movie studios. I really don't.
On those terms. And this is the introduction within the MCU of the combination of technology and magic. Therefore, you're going to have to go back and watch the entire Ironheart series if you hope to understand what is going on in the new Avengers movie. This is part of their entire system of farming content. Because to go back to our analogy, you have these YouTubers and they're looking at Ironheart as if it was a single plant planted in the wild and thinking, why isn't this dead? Why didn't it die a long time ago? Why didn't they bury it? What is this for? They can't answer those questions because they're not looking at a single plant off in the wild. They're looking at a single plant which isn't doing very well, admittedly, but a single plant which is in a giant field of cultivation on a farm. And that cultivation, that field, is the entire MCU. And oh, by the way, this entire...
Yep, and they're gonna keep planting the same seed, or in this case, the same bits of potato, in that same field. You know, it's monocrop agriculture. Ultimately, that's what the MCU is. It's just monocrop agriculture, but instead of one crop, it's just the same. It's just the same formula over and over and over again, and nothing changes about it. No, I don't think anybody is hyped for the new Avengers movie compared to Infinity War back in the day. Like, everybody and their mother was talking about Infinity War. Everyone. You're good. You're good, Bork. You're good.
Entire field is not to sell to the public. It is a field of seed potatoes, as it were. This is a growing seed which they're going to cut up and use to farm.
Yes, Dong Shaka. Mono slop agriculture. Cotton is just being picked, huh?
More content. What content do you ask? Well, off of the Avengers movie, they're most probably going to go ahead with something that most people think they canceled, which is Young Avengers, which, by the way, is going to take the characters of Ironheart, Kamala Khan, Kate Bishop Hawkeye, America Chavez, and probably a couple of other small characters thrown in from the Avengers movie to make the Young Avengers. I think we already seen a hint of this with the fact that they turned Thunderbolts into the new Avengers to get people used to the idea of there's going to be different kinds of Avenger movies from now on. Also, most probably West Coast Avengers.
I know this is going to be pretty, I guess, stupid of me to talk about, but I do remember that, you know, the whole Thunderbolts situation happening, and people are, I know that movie to me, it just looked like any other cape shit slop. But to a lot of the I guess to a lot of the centrist libertarian types, who that's kind of their whole job is to talk about, the movie wasn't as woke as it was. The movie wasn't as woke as we thought it was. Therefore, it's not woke. You know those types of people. But basically, I was just like, in my mind, this is just another attempt at trying to change what didn't need to be changed in the first place. And now, especially since they changed the name of Thunderbolts to the New Avengers, they're just trying. Again, it's not the first time something like this has happened before in the MCU slopaverse. But what was I saying? All right. It's not like it's the first time this has happened, because I remembered something similar happening a few years back where. I think it had these characters called Snowflake and Safe Space, and it was just this ugly fucking comic, and it had like the name the new something, and it was by Marvel. It wasn't the New Avengers, but it was the new something, and it had the superhero who was morbidly obese, and it was really cringy. And I forget the name of it. And it's not, again, I'm just saying this for the fact that it's not Marvel's first time desecrating, something that was already established for the sake of desecrating it and to propagandize readers and viewers while they're making said desecration happen.
Avengers, I think, if I remember the schedule. But anyways, this is farming for content. Now, let me try to answer some of those questions I asked at the first by describing this farming system itself. We'll get back to Ironheart probably at the end of this video. And for each of these points, I'm going to be referencing a video, an entire video that I did with sources about every point that I'm going to make.
Let's see. I remember just some guy, when he was smart, talking about Snowflake in safe space. He panned it for a good reason. Watcher 4. Storytelling never died. Only bad writers. A sickness of what happens when something gets too big. Well, yeah, I mean that is the case, but that's a kind of death in itself. Like it's not a physical death. What I'm talking about here. It's a spiritual one. Like all storytelling in the modern age is for is to propagandize and demoralize people. It's just how is it like? And of course, there are some stories that do buck the trend. Of course, I mean, hey, I just so happens I'm gonna be writing one of those stories, even if it's more just a fun project rather than something that is a literary masterpiece. That's not what I'm trying to write. I'm just trying to write something funny and fun and very gory. But like a lot of modern day writing, it will demoralize you in some way or form. Whether it's the incessant amount of diversity, all the fag shit that's in it, and all the other shit that we complain about. But again, and here's the funny thing: these writers, they are indeed passionate about propagandizing people. They really are. And they don't think storytelling is dead, because they're the ones who are still in power in terms of all the cultural institutions. Again, what they say goes. Dead in the mainstream. Nothing ever truly dies if we still know of it. Yep, that's why I say it's more of a spiritual death, if anything. There are still great stories that are being told, but those are kind of few and far between. Like, hell, even when it comes to anime, that's still kind of few and far between, because there's some anime that are a bit more focused on, just being, just degenerate slop, so there's that. But that's a whole other issue for a whole nother stream.
First of all, you may be saying to yourself, okay, they're farming for content. Why can't they farm for better content? Well, there's an easy answer to that question. The answer is that the people who pushed for such characters like Ironheart in Marvel Comics, writers and producers and editors, etc., are now working in Hollywood in order to push their agenda even more. So again, let me go over this with speed since I've done entire videos on each of these points. I did a video where Klaus Janson interviewed Frank Miller, and it was at the...
Yes. That a lot of indie entertainment is also dead too. I mean, there's the whole meme. There was like a meme, I think it was from that Rock Solid account on X, where it was like, oh, what kind of, indie games are literally these, like, Pizza Tower clones, Undertale clones, or Souls-like slop. That's all you're gonna find when it comes to indie games these days. You're not gonna find anything that's actually truly groundbreaking like indie games were in like the 2010s. You're not gonna find another Minecraft. You're not gonna find another I'm trying to think of other indie games. You're not gonna find another Firewatch, even though it's more of an interactive movie, but I hear it's pretty decent. I thought it was pretty decent. What other good indie gems are out there? You get my point. I don't know why I'm kind of blanking on names right now, but there seems to be a lot of that as of late. Let's see. Nothing can ever replace the love put into Red vs. Blue. And Alan Becker, F you, fuck you, Vivzy, Vivian, Pop. Nothing can ever replace the comedic masterpiece that is the character Caboose from Red vs. Blue. Man, Rooster Teeth fell off hard, man. Ruby is complete slop. I'll tell you that much. It's trying way too hard to be anime. No, it's a fucking Western cartoon. I don't care if it looks Japanese. It's not. It's slop. Uh, never looked good to me. I had no idea why it was in Blaze Blue cross tag battle. It didn't belong. It didn't make any fucking sense. It was gay as hell. Its inclusion was gay as hell. And who knows? Maybe Arc System Works was woke before before it was cool. Uh, don't even get me started on indie animation. Really, the only one I could kind of tolerate is the Amazing Digital Circus. But oh my goodness, so much of the others are just awful. Again, like Has Been Hotel, Hell of a Boss, it's just awful. And the perfect way, I have the perfect button for every scene, every bit of dialogue from Has Been Hotel.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
The Will Eisner Institute, I think it's called, within New York. For any of the new viewers, Frank
I've never
Miller
heard
is the
of
guy who
Monkey
created
Wrench.
most of the Daredevil stuff that you know of, created the 300, Sin City, all those kinds of things. Klaus Janson, by the way, was the inker for most of Frank Miller's work, certainly within Marvel, but most of his work within comics itself. Klaus Janson now works for the Eisner Institute, is a professor there. It is an art school. He also, at least once a year, still works for Marvel as a consultant going there.
And that's also something else too. Even some of the quote unquote greats, they're also teaching these people, like these demoralized leftists, about how to draw comics, and then they get hired, and it's such a mess. He goes into more detail later on.
There
let's
and giving
continue.
lectures on how to create comics. And to take a step back even from this, why is the Will Eisner Institute so important? It is so important because it is considered not just the university from which institutions like Marvel Comics draw their employees, but the Ivy League of those universities. This, by the way, is part of the process of only letting quote-unquote progressive people into your company. Why? Because typically
I don't doubt that's the case. Rexus. It does seem a little Tumblr coded to me.
you start at Marvel by being an intern for at least 1 to 2 years, an unpaid intern, wherein you have to live in New York City and travel around in New York City, not getting paid 1 red cent. That's an expensive proposition. Therefore, where you're going to go to find such people? Well, you're going to go to the universities where they have useless degrees because they're already used to wasting their money and living for free, probably off their parents, in New York City. Again, did several videos about that itself. But back to the Will Eisner Institute and this conversation between Frank Miller and Klaus Janson. Within this interview, which I covered on my channel, Klaus Janson presents to the audience, which is the student.
I'm gonna do a little research into that name. I hit my pattern recognition. My pattern recognition is what did you know? Let's go to Wikipedia, guys. Early life. Huh. He actually was not Jewish. He was Catholic. Huh. That's odd. I know quite a bit of Marvel is Jewish. Like I know Stan Lee, like he was Jewish, but he was like he wasn't one of the bad ones. And I can't believe I'm the one who's saying this, but there are very, very, very few good ones out there. Stan Lee was one of them. But even so, I like being honest here. There certainly was a lot of liberal messaging, even in the earlier Marvel comics. It was actually written well, though. So I give props to that at least.
Students of that school.
Like that's something else too about Marvel these days. None of this shit is actually well written. Like, in the older comics, like the characters actually had motivations. Even though Spider-Man at any moment literally would be like, I just want to die. I mean, hey, at least he had Mary Jane, and Mary Jane wasn't just like this bitch of a character. Like she actually liked Peter Parker, and respected him. And so, to quote Synthetic Man, it was like she was probably the only reason why he didn't kill himself. Let's be real. But let's see. But basically, none of the moral lessons that Ironheart is trying to teach is going to be any good. It's not written with any sort of integrity, and there's also no justification as to why it's there. then again, these writers are never gonna get critiqued on their work because chances are they're part of some protected identity group that Marvel holds in very high regard.
Well, Frank Miller as the example par excellence of what they should be shooting for. That is to say, you start in comics and you build up your resume, as it were. Then you move on to things like television shows and movies, and that's where you really need to be. That's where you're going to make your money. And you can then become a Frank Miller and a millionaire, live in Hollywood, do whatever you want. Literally, in this interview, before he introduces Frank Miller, this is what he's telling the student body. And this, by the way, again, is the student body wherein Marvel and DC draw a lot of their talent. At the very least, a lot of their talent that is going to shape these books. The actual talent, like the artists, they're going to draw from the third world or the lower class of.
I hate this screenshot right here, because every time, at least, when I was watching Cape shit movies when I was like 12, I do remember seeing the Avengers movies. I think I saw Age of Ultron, and every time it's Tony Stark was in the Iron Man suit and that kind of shot was there, you know something cool was gonna happen. But now, they're trying to emulate the same thing, but now it's just like, why is there magic here? Why is there just a bunch of fucking magic here? Like, and it's not that Marvel hasn't done stuff involving magic before. There have been plenty of characters that do use magic, but why this character? This doesn't make any sense. And even if it is explained, I don't think its inclusion is going to make much sense in a universe where it's primarily more about like technology. Like, really, the only character that used like magic that was like really prevalent would be Doctor Strange, to my knowledge. But it's like, now everybody uses magic? Like, what the fuck? How are you going to explain that other than, just convenience of the plot?
Of the first world, so they don't have to pay them very much, but that's a different video. So, to answer the question many people have been asking for years and years now, why do all of these comic books now feel like nothing more than Netflix pitches? It's because that's exactly what they are. Because these people have got into this system, this firm system, not to stay there, not to make good comics, but to move upwards on the ladder and get themselves into Hollywood.
Yep, there's always the reason to fail upward, and Hollywood and video game companies allow for this to happen. Again, the goal isn't necessarily to make money. The goal is to spread a message, and if you could spread the message well enough, I mean, look at what happened with that Corinne Bush troon, the guy who made Dragon Age: The Veilguard. He's working at Halo Studios now. Or is it 343? Whatever 343 goes by now. I think they call themselves Halo Studios. But he's literally failing upwards. After the disaster that was Dragon Age: The Veilguard, it's like, why the fuck is he moving up? He should be fired. He shouldn't be allowed to work in a position of video games ever again. But nope. Halo Studios decided, hey, Mr. Troon, let's get you in here. You've done a great job with making with Dragon Age: The Veilguard. You did such a good job. And again, it's because Dragon Age: The Veilguard, it generated a shit ton of outrage. That's what it's about. That's how these people move up. It's not based on if they actually did a good job, and also the game itself isn't very good. Like, on a gameplay level, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, it's inferior to its predecessors in every way. But it's like, yeah, at some point, and I agree with you, Watcher, you gotta burn it down and rebuild from the ashes. Like, that's kind of what needs to happen to Hollywood, both in a figurative sense, but also a literal sense too. In Minecraft, of course, in Minecraft. Let's see, I got a DM from Rexus here. Faggot Age: The Veilguard. That's a good one, dude. That's a good one.
And that's exactly where we are right now. I'll give you a big example and scattered small examples. Son Amanat, who was second in command at Marvel Comics for over 10 years, who was put in there because of her quote-unquote progressive connections, and most likely her family connections to the Clintons,
Oh, yeah.
is now
Oh, yeah. Nepotism. That's also a thing, too. If you know a guy who knows a guy, you could get in the entertainment industry quite easily. Yep. That's a thing. Again, it's the process. It's part of the process of failing upward.
and has been for the last 5 years working in Hollywood as an executive producer. She started off as a junior executive producer of the Kamala Khan show and has now moved to full executive producer, and she is helping create this sort of content that you see like Ironheart. Now, why is that important? Well, it's important because she has
Guys, does this not look like literal George Droid AI CG slop right here? You can't tell me this is an official screenshot. It looks like it's something from a George Droid video.
had her own personal podcast, basically at Marvel Comics, called The Women of Marvel, where they had themes for an entire year.
Oh, fuck me. Don't get me started on panels like that. I remember back in what was it? Was it BlizzCon 2017? Yeah, it was BlizzCon 2017 when they announced Battle for Azeroth. I remember seeing the women of the women voice actors of Blizzard or whatnot for it's like the Women of Warcraft panel, and it was just like it's not that I hated seeing the voice actresses on screen. They're all talented people, but it's like, all right, everybody, we gotta give a big clap, everyone. We have to give a big clap. It literally. So after Laura Bailey spoke, all right, everybody, we have to clap. We have to clap for these powerful queens. Or after the voice actress for Princess Talanji spoke, we gotta give her a big clap, everybody. Oh, fuck. We gotta give her a big clap. We gotta clap, clap, clap until her hands turn red. Clap, everybody. Yes. And it just went on like that. And I didn't care about what that whore had to say every time, oh, clap, clap. I wanted to hear, their favorite parts of voicing their characters. That's kind of what I was expecting. I didn't like being, and keep in mind, this was back when Scurvy was a leftist. And I was just like, this is so, like, do we need the clapping? I was more interested in hearing what their opinions are on their characters that they voice and their favorite lines that they voiced. That's all I wanted to hear. I didn't care about the fucking circle jerk that was happening. Ugh. Man, they have these panels a lot now at like Comic-Con or whatnot. You're guaranteed to at least find one feminist panel at Comic-Con. And it's gonna drive you nuts, as it drove me nuts back when I was like 17.
One theme for one entire year was building allyship. Now, what is that? Well, if you listen to those podcasts for the year, it's basically how do you become part of and then support a progressive system of nepotism. And again, they went in depth with this for an entire year, talking about how they use, let's say, male feminists to hold the door open for them, and then they come in and take over the positions little by little and appoint their own people into positions.
Yes. Soft power. The use of soft power, which eventually turns into hard power. Now, granted, a bunch of feminazis aren't going to be like, you have to die now. But more and more people are going, the male feminists are going to get fired, or they're going to get falsely accused for sexual misconduct. And eventually, the swarm will have created a new hive. Let's see. I cannot imagine being a leftist in the past because I was always right-wing. Well, good for you, Rexus. Good for you for knowing reality for your whole life. I, unfortunately, went to Catholic school in high school, and that kind of impacted my development in terms of politics. I have a feeling if I went to public school, I'd probably be right-wing for my whole life.
Positions so that they then have full control. And do I have any examples of this outside of those year-long podcasts? Well, yes. There was a Writers Guild of America Association podcast done on the theme of queering legacy characters, where, again, you had showrunners and show writers for comic book material, half of which had...
So here's something else too. I know I'm pausing the video a lot, but here's something else too. These types of podcasts and panels of queering of legacy characters, that in itself is them literally telling that, hey, we're trying to kill your favorite stories and make them fake and gay. That's it. That's all. That's what they're trying to do. They are trying to basically rape storytelling's corpse, which they killed. Again, they killed storytelling, and now with these panels, they're basically announcing that they're raping its corpse. And the thing is, with these panels in particular, they try, like, on one hand, they're proud to share this information with people, but on the other hand, as soon as it gets out, it's like, oh, no, we gotta cover it up, guys. And so they think they're clever, but even though they put this shit right out in the open, they actually remind me of our elites very much. They are horrible at keeping secrets. They absolutely will, like they will say, just the most diabolical, evil shit in the world. But as soon as one of their political opponents uncovers what's blatant, what's easily available, they're just like, oh, we gotta cover it up now.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
My thoughts exactly, Mr. Garrison.
Started in comics talking about the exact same thing. Talking about how it took them about a decade to complete this entire process. And now that they have completed this process of taking over writing rooms, then now they can implement things like queering legacy characters. So yeah, it definitely takes place. So the point being that these people who had formerly worked on properties like Ironheart, Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel, Kate Bishop, Hawkeye, America Chavez, etc., within Marvel Comics have now moved up the system into the basic Netflix, Disney Plus streaming services, and Loki at this point into the movies as well. And what do you think they're doing? They're pushing the exact same thing they pushed in Marvel Comics, and they're farming for content in the exact same way they did at Marvel Comics. And again, since they like to talk in Marvel Comics, had podcasts for years on these subjects, and didn't think anybody was listening except for their own side, they just spelled the entire thing out of how to do this. And once again, is there any examples outside of that in order to prove it? Yeah, go back once again to that Writers Guild of America podcast talking about queering legacy characters. They confirm many of these points of exactly what I'm about to describe. So this answers a couple of the questions of why does this show exist? What's the purpose of it? Why didn't they bury it? Etc. Marvel.
And of course, I went over some of the deeper reasons as to why they do that, because again, it always goes back to propaganda. We are in a culture war after all. Like, again, do not forget what that actually entails. It's not just us, oh yeah, vote with your wallet, guys. It's not just that. The culture war is not just about entertainment. It's about values. And it also actually goes back to religion as well. Again, because if you have a Christian culture, again, culture, if I can recall correctly, culture comes from the Latin word civilitate, which it means, to cultivate. And again, if the culture is going to cultivate people into just being mindless pop culture consuming goyim, it's like, yeah, of course they're going to want people to be doped up constantly and not think about what's actually going on in their societies. But again, because a lot of us on the right want a Christian culture to make a revival, that entails a different kind of cultivation, a cultivation of virtue, a cultivation of faith, a cultivation of trying to be a better person, acknowledging that you're a sinner and that you want to be better for a higher power. Hi Dusty, how are you? But in today's pop culture, what's trying to be cultivated here? You're trying to grow crops from Gatorade or Brondo. I have the button. I did watch Idiocracy recently, so
Brondo's got what plants crave.
Yeah, it's got electrolytes.
Yeah, you're trying to use Brondo to grow a crop. That's basically what shit like this what you're seeing here right now, the image right here, it's basically Brondo. You're trying to grow a plant with a sports drink. Art merely reflects the beliefs and ambitions of the elites. I say, during our current times, don't buy anything newly produced. No movies, no shows, nothing. Just rewatch old stuff for now. If you do really want to watch the new stuff, there's plenty of outlets where you can, so you don't have to give these people money, but you will be wasting your time, for sure. You're trying to grow something in a nuclear-tainted, salted wasteland.
Comics for the last 10 to 15 years has not operated on a money basis. It has operated on a awards basis. Now, what does that mean? And again, I've done several videos on this. It means the following. And again, they straight up just said this in one of the podcasts. They said, when you walk into, let's say, a Hollywood type or a Netflix type office.
Again, let's be real. Who would want to watch this? Who would want to watch this? This looks faggy as fuck. I don't want to watch this. I'm repulsed by what I see here. Like, yeah, you have the black guy with the, or is that even a guy? Fuck if I know. There's way too many androgynous looking fucks out these days. You have an ugly black woman with a nose ring. You have some faggy looking Hispanic guy. And then you have some angry feminist whore. Who would want to watch this? I wouldn't. But again, it goes back to, it's more about them putting out a message. That's what that's about. They are just trying to shove a message. Damn if it does well. And the message is getting out there. I don't think what they expected is that there would be backlash to it, but now they're starting to understand that they could capitalize off the backlash.
In order to sell your property, which you have begun to farm, you don't talk about the numbers. You don't talk about how much money it makes. What you do is, first of all, you take a whole bunch of comic books and slap them down on the...
Hold on, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, bitches. Let's see what you said. I saw the Superman ads. I wanted to not see it. I saw Nerdrotic saying he wanted to like the Superman movie, and I about burst a blood vessel at him, saying it wasn't woke. Oh, the new Superman movie is undeniably woke. That's the thing. It is. It really is. There's a Lady Death in the Phantom game being made, but I'm worried that they'll suck, even though they're like 90s arcade games in the 2000s. I'm worried because I do like those two characters. I know there's a new Bubble Bobble that's coming out soon, and that's being made by Arc System Works. It actually looks pretty good, though, all things considered. Let's continue.
The desk and say, look how many different versions of this comic book there is. See how popular it is? Because again, they don't talk about how many were sold. They talk about, oh, look, how many number ones it actually has. Ironheart or Kate Bishop Hawkeye or Kamala Khan has been rebooted in the comics dozens of times. and they slap it down on the desk and say, see how the people are clamoring for more content like this? That's their first go-to. The number 2 go-to is to take a whole bunch of mainstream media puff pieces upon these characters and say, see how the normal everyday public want more of this character. Then
Yeah, the fact that these people are using urinalists for, you know, like manufactured consensus, I was like, that's honestly really telling. And it's also pretty manipulative too. That's why they say you are erasing them when they aren't seen or heard. You really are. But then again, I would say it's like, if I was interviewing some of these people, it's like, why should your perspective? I would say, why should your perspective be heard? And then they're gonna say, oh well, we've been marginalized, and I just say, out. You're not. No, you're not getting hired. You're here to just propagandize, and I'm not having any of it. That's what I would say.
they take the awards, which they've been granted from progressive organizations. And by the way, that's why they're all part of this rainbow coalition where the flag flies in the background and everything's got to be about the alphabet people. And more than 50% of your characters are part of this rainbow mafia. Why? Because then you can get those awards and then you can slap.
Exactly. I don't need to watch something to know it's crap when the highlight reel is every current thing talking point distilled. I just want to wrestle them.
Those down on the desk for number 3 to say, look how many awards it's gotten as well. You take these 3 things, and that's enough to convince someone who is sitting behind a desk who really doesn't know anything about these characters or how those systems work to put millions of dollars behind creating a show or a movie, or at the very least sticking these characters in the movies in some way.
Shit, so this is how Fent is made, Enwa? Shit, I just wants to try that right now. It's that magic Fent and shit.
Shit.
Behind this project. And oh, by the way, they also went ahead and just talked about this several times. If you put enough of these rainbow characters and enough of this quote-unquote progressive agenda into your project, then you don't even have to compile this.
Thing is, Dusty, who's manning the gates? Because the gatekeeping, though it might be happening on a community level, it's not happening on the institutional level. These people want these faggots in these production committees.
This information in order to slap it down on the desk of a executive producer or whoever it is you're trying to sell this property to. Why? Because if you put enough of the agenda in there, you have institutions which are built to do that exact thing for you. Institutions like GLAAD. They named it specifically. They said, especially in that Writers Guild of America podcast that I covered, they said, yeah, you don't even have to do anything. Just go to GLAAD. It is part of their Rainbow Coalition agenda to create databases of this stuff so that you can go to them and they'll give you an entire list of this stuff for your character, for your project, so you can then go and sell it. Now,
GLAAD, if you don't know what GLAAD is, it's, here, I could look that up, you know, the full meaning. It's like the gay GLAAD. Formerly the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. What's it called now? We're just gonna go with that. I don't give a shit. Yeah, basically, they operate like a mafia. They really do. It's like, they will do whatever they can in their power to basically tell you, the company that, you know, they are, you know, the entertainment company in question, that they are trying to, you know, to coerce into, and it will work. Their coercion will work. That's what they do. It's coercion. I know how to enrage these people. Show them a clip of Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks. Uncle Ruckus, no relation.
Let's go back to something more specific before I loop back to where I began. Again, you might be asking, why in the world would they farm for content like Ironheart? What's the purpose of it? Well, again, the purpose of it is you can get support from many of these other institutions and mainstream media and the corporate people, like, say, Brie Larson, who demanded a certain number of marginalized people had to be working on her movies in order for her to do it. All of this stuff will back you up. But
how is that, again, for Brie Larson, how is that not illegal? I thought we had laws in this country that, you know, we're all about meritocracy. But again, these people don't actually believe in meritocracy. They believe that, you know, their group is superior because their group is inferior. They operate, they're literally walking contradictions.
More to the point, I'll go back to a Comic-Con panel, which was done, I can't remember the year, but I covered it. I think it might have been 2017, 2018, where first of all, it was a Women of Marvel panel. So it was all Marvel. And at these panels, they always have, how do you get into the system, again, the nepotism system, in order to write for Marvel, in order to draw for Marvel, in order to be an editor, etc., etc. But within the Q&A section of this particular one that I covered, you had someone asking,
Hey, Postnut, long time no see. How have you
Samanat
been?
in particular, again, at that time, the second in command of Marvel Comics, who then became an executive producer of some of these shows. She was asked point blank by someone in the audience, is this insertion of quote unquote progressive agenda actually harming comic books?
And then they say, no, there's no progressive agenda being injected into comic books. But then you have these faggots that say exactly that. And, well, we'll see the result of that.
Because I think they brought up the sales numbers and said it's not doing very well. They were talking about America Chavez, the comic book, at that point specifically. And her answer was,
But again,
no, it is not hurting comic books. Why? Because although a book like America Chavez does not do as well as a book like, let's say, The Avengers, and that's her exact words, she was comparing the two, we still consider, we, Marvel, again, she's second in command at Marvel, we still see a book like America Chavez as doing just as well as a book like The Avengers. Even though
it's because it's spreading the message. That's what it is. Again, it's just one giant propaganda ring.
it doesn't make the same kind of money, doesn't make the same kind of sales as the Avengers. And then she went on to explain why. The why was because after the series had concluded, they will then take this book and put it into a different format, a graphic novel format, and then they will sell it to what is basically a captured audience. She said to libraries and library associations. Because again, the whole thing is a system of farming for content. They have a built-in audience, a captured audience with libraries, library associations, which are heavily progressive, with Scholastic, and so they're going to make money off it one way or another. Why? Because it's part of the system, the farming system. And what they're doing, again, is diversifying their content in order to...
Like, seriously, look at this shit right here. Who wants to watch this? It looks gay. Really gay.
To generate seeds in order to generate different kinds of properties in order to generate more, and more money. Now let's go back to Ironheart, the television show. This is the exact same thing, except within the larger context of shows and movies for Marvel Studios rather than comic books for Marvel Comics. You see, the show might not do as well as, let's say, an Avengers, but that doesn't matter. They're going to give it the same backing. Why? Because it's being farmed for content. I don't know if this...
And again, pushing the message. That's what they ultimately care about, is that the message is being pushed.
This actually exists. If it doesn't, it's probably going to exist in the near future. They're probably going to make MCU box sets, which are basically, if you wish to understand this movie, you have to watch all of these other movies first. So we'll sell you an entire box set of the movies and shows that you need to see in order for you to understand X movie. And therefore,
I'm gay, we're totally gay.
That's what's gonna happen when that's what's gonna happen when you watch the full box set. You're just gonna start saying,
I'm gay, we're totally gay.
that's how they'll sell you 5 different copies of, let's say, Iron Man. Because you got to watch Iron Man in order to understand each one of these, and you're going to have the box set for each one of these. Therefore, they're going to sell you 5 different copies, 10 different copies of Iron Man throughout all of these box sets, and then farm for content and make hand over fist money. And they're going to pad those box sets with things like Kamala Khan, with things like Ironheart, because you're going to need to watch Kamala Khan.
wait.
What's that?
10 copies of the same fucking movie? Wow, I thought the video game industry got pretty greedy. Holy shit. Man, that is actually pretty exploitative right there.
Or Ironheart in order to understand Avengers Doomsday. So, why does this show exist? Well, it exists as a part of a larger farming for content. Who in the world is it for? It's for those few people who are going to praise it and give it awards, so they can slap those down on the desk and use it to upsell this character. Why didn't they just bury it? Why? Because it's a key part of what you need to watch in order to understand future MCU.
Exactly, Dusty. That's basically the summary of this. This is all just rage bait. It's all gay rage bait. It's to get people talking. It's to get people the message out there. Even though you're making fun of it, it's still being shared, even if it's in a mocking manner.
MCU movies. And my favorite, why does this character act like a villain half of the time? Why? Because, again, go back to a video that I did when Marvel Comics was presenting I think it was 2018. It's future great comic book writers for Marvel Comics. They were all female, by the way. You had a panel of the...
Of course they were all women. Then again, it's not like I haven't seen this video before. I know this, but wouldn't you know, old feminist wenches are gonna be like, we have to get payback on the patriarchy. We have to. Yeah,
these writers, who I'm sure some of them have now gone on to become show writers for some of these shows, or their ideas been incorporated into some of these shows, they each, to a woman, said, no, we don't really like to write hero characters. Why? Because heroes have to operate in the box, and the box basically is morality. They like to write great characters. They like to write villains. Why? Because they're more dynamic. Because you can go...
Yes, I've made this... I remember making a few posts about this, especially when a bunch of black people were shit talking Don to Don, like the current season. It's like, shit, why is all these men trying to rape Momo? It's like, oh, what did you know? They just so happen to be the antagonists. They're not good people. They are villains. Why do villains have to be sympathetic? Sometimes a villain can just be evil because they're evil. And that's fine. Them ketos have to have motivations and shit. Well, they do have a motivation. It's because they basically want to kill people. Again, not that hard to determine their motivations. They want to sacrifice people to the worm. Oh my god. Then again, don't expect much from black people, so there's that. Again, for any leftist watching this, my two best friends are black, and a lot of the people I say slurs with are much darker than me.
Many different ways with these characters. So my translation of that entire thing is, we are all heavy, progressive, extreme feminists, which they are. Therefore, we're going to write villains instead of heroes. Why? Because in order to actually justify our own villainous, quote-unquote, progressive actions, we need to tout a, quote-unquote, virtue of these characters in that they're not boxed in by rigid forms of morality. Which, again, loops back into you're going to have to support these progressive institutions and they will support you, which is part of the entire system of progressive nepotism in order to control the entertainment system, which I talked about. So, what am I ranting about this entire thing for? Well, I'm ranting about it because, in part, these people on my side are asking idiotic questions and pandering to farming for content.
Well, yes, they are. But I think a lot of those questions are rhetorical if you think about them just a little bit, and you're not just like, oh, wow, why is that? I get pretty facetious when it comes to those questions being asked, or when I'm asking those questions myself. I understand that they're largely rhetorical questions, and that you guys know the answers, because you guys are pretty smart. So, there is that.
In a way that lessens the ability of people to understand why garbage like this exists and why and how they can actually demand good entertainment. Because they're not showing you that it's part of a farming system. They're just saying, hey, look, point and laugh at how bad this thing is doing. Why does it exist? It should have died long and ever ago. Why? Because you're asking idiotic questions, that's why. Because you're convincing normal, everyday people who want good entertainment that this property is trying to exist like a plant, a domesticated plant out in the wild. It's not. It's part of a farming system, and that farming system is going to keep these kinds of properties alive. It is going to keep these kinds of bad entertainment systems afloat for as long as they possibly can. Which means we got a whole lot of crap that we still have to get through before we can see good entertainment again.
So, that was a very interesting video right there from the Fourth Age, and I hope you guys learned something from it too. Even on my second viewing, I've learned a lot. I kind of refined some of my own opinions on what's going on with cape shit and what's going on with the entertainment industry, like as a whole. And the reason why I think this video is pretty representative of how storytelling is dead, it's like you have a system where it's all about, literally desecrating the graves of, popular IPs. That's what it is. That's the whole system. That's why they hire these writers. It's ultimately to demoralize you. It's like, why do you think they try to? Why do you think they try to amass? Again, I have the perfect example for this. It would be the Indiana Jones movie, Indiana Jones 5. It was it wasn't about Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones was he was just some old guy who didn't have it in him anymore, and it was all about the young female lead. It's like, again, that movie was made to demoralize people. It wasn't going to do well. Seriously, it was gonna suck. The very moment that it got made, it was meant to suck, and it was just meant to demoralize people. They have a whole system in place that's all about taking long dormant characters and killing them and raping their corpses after. Let's see. I get making a villain sympathetic with complex motivations, but why not have simple villains who are simply evil? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having, not every villain needs to be so complicated and gay. The only Metal Gear Solid villain in recent memory I actually, let's see. Sundowner is honest at least. The only Metal Gear Solid villain in recent memory I actually liked. And it wasn't written by Kojima. I see. I'll be back. Give me like a few minutes. I'm just gonna grab me another drink. Use the little Clementine's room. Grab me another drink. Have some moonshine, and then we'll get to our first regular cancellation of the night. boys, I am back. Let's see what you bitches said in the comments. There's a few video game villains from older series that weren't just motivated by a love of chaos. Fisk from the old Daredevil comics didn't have much of a motivation beyond greed and a desire to control the city. I see. Let's see, I got a DM or something. Let's see, I just sent something. I see, Dusty. I see. Also posted something about Rev says Desu. Yeah, that guy. Let's see. Anyways, I'm just clearing up my Discord notifications. Okay, so that's basically it. I'm gonna check my X feed for a little before we continue, but let me get back to my model here. So there we go. Hi, welcome back, Postnut. I'm just taking a look at my notifications. Let's see. Anybody say anything to me? Probably. Yeah, I'm planning on getting some new artwork commissioned. So yeah, anyways, we can let's get back to the show here. I just wanted to check up on that. So we have our first regular cancellation of the night, and it's going to be of Anthony Gramuglia. And we have a video from What the EGAD, who is going to be making fun of Ant, so I want to join in on the kicking on somebody who basically tried to start a mass flagging campaign against my channel about a year ago. Yeah, we're going to keep it at normal playback speed, but just turn it down a little.
We live in a time when simply perceiving something can be considered a transgression. This is a remarkable state of affairs. The act of noticing is a basic function of human judgment. We see,
Oh yeah, let me explain who Anthony Gramuglia is first before we continue. So basically, he's like some faggot who wrote some shitty articles for Polygon, and now what he's doing, he's just making a bunch of shitty videos about properties he knows nothing about and just saying, well, Chud, you're wrong, actually. You know what? Fuck it. Let's take a look at his channel. What kind of bullshit has he been up to as of late? Aside from making himself an ass, of course, as he usually does. He's also kind of notable for making fun of Lily Orchard, but here, we're going to take a look. So, let's see, it's not going to be perfect, I know. So, let's see, he's mostly been talking about, about cape shit. Just a bunch, and then this video that came out a few months ago, objective critics are lying to you. For some reason, this faggot has H Bomber Guy in the thumbnail. Even though H Bomber Guy is a leftist just like Anthony is. He's just there for plausible deniability, trying to maintain a veneer of being a centrist, but no, he's a diehard leftist. And you can also see he has, let's see, Mahler, not the biggest fan in the world, but, let's see, what else does he have? Yeah, it's just a bunch of slop. And then, he tried to rewrite Sailor Moon for some fucking reason, and it was bad. It was really bad. Again, Scurvy likes Sailor Moon, believe it or not. And Anthony Gramuglia knows nothing about it. And I remember using Sheffo as my golem to prove, to basically win an argument against him. So that was really funny. So it sounds like Mr. Grambulia is your typical grift. Oh, big time. Big time. And he actually has a following, too. He's currently writing a novel as well, but I don't know if it's ever going to be made. Probably not, because he's a fucking fag. So at least I'm going to try and finish my book, even though I'm actually making some pretty good progress in it. So I'm on, chapter 4 right now, and I'm, 38 pages in. Let's continue.
Assess and we respond. But now, increasingly, we are told that to see clearly is to err, and that to describe the patterns we see is itself a kind of moral failure.
Boy.
This comes into
This glass of lemonade I have, it's a bit more rum than it is lemonade. Trent Roberts, did you hear about the drama that Ant's friend, Cy Scribbles, got into with Leo Convoy, the Op Black and Gilded Pooh? I have not. This is the first time in a while that I've even mentioned Anthony Gramuglia. So, but let's keep going. So it's the video. Forced diversity does not exist. Ant versus anti-woke slop. Now, EGAD here, he is very much a critic of a lot of the anti-woke people as well. I am myself. I've had some arguments with people like Madam Savvy, even V. But EGAD he really knows this shit about how these people operate. But he also makes fun of leftists too. He does not like, EGAD is very much like me. He does not like leftists of any flavor. You're writing a book? What's the genre? So I'm just writing a pretty simple, hero's journey about how I became monarch of Tropicana County. Although, for the sake of copyright, I'm not actually calling it Tropicana County. I say that on here because it's funny. But it's like a hero's journey, but it also makes fun of a lot of the power scaling stuff. And Bobobo is very much a big influence of mine when writing this. So it does have some comedic elements in it too. But yeah, that's how I describe it. I think it's gonna be good. I mean, it's not gonna be perfect. I'd be happy if it was just just a 6 out of 10, just a fun thing to read. And of course, it's probably gonna get some drafts and some revisions or whatnot. But I respect you more than EGAD. He gives me a lot of Fed vibes. EGAD's not a Fed. He isn't. He's none of the synth selves are Feds, and EGAD is a mod, or was a mod for Synthetic Man, and kind of left on his own accord, but is still cordial with Synthetic Man, of course. I see Remnant777 also made a new video. What's it about? But anyways, let's keep going with the cancellation here.
the focus in a 2-hour video by YouTuber Anthony Grambulia, who attempts to deconstruct.
I love how EGAD messes up Ant's name on purpose. It just makes it funnier. I know it's Gramuglia, but Grambulia is even funnier.
What we recognize as forced diversity in modern media. Now, I'm not doing piecemeal coverage of the video, as my concern is not with every illustrative example that he presents. Rather, I will be analyzing the underlying philosophy that emerges most clearly. Anthony initiates with the strategy of ridicule. He characterizes concerns about cultural change in Hollywood as overblown, reactionary, and even bigoted. He offers as examples the all-female Ghostbusters, Disney's fleeting gestures toward LGBTQ inclusion, and other widely noted cultural movements. In his telling, these were not signs of a deeper shift in storytelling.
Damn, EGAD, you didn't need to show Ant showing those gross moments. I get really disgusted when I see girls kiss each other. It's gross.
Priorities, but rather the paranoid fixations of an overly online audience. Perhaps someone should look in the mirror. But as the video progresses, Anthony makes a series of concessions. He acknowledges that many contemporary films and shows are manufactured with algorithmic precision. He notes that marketing departments often override creative expression to ensure every demographic box is checked. And he admits that titles like Star Wars The Acolyte and the video game Concord underwhelm. They feel lifeless, generic, and more like products than narratives. He even remarks that older shows, such as Captain Planet or Power Rangers, demonstrated a more coherent and vibrant kind of diversity. These shows gave each character a distinct identity, rather than flattening everyone into interchangeable symbols of corporate representation. Yet despite all this, Anthony insists that the phrase forced diversity is meaningless. He warns against those who recognize the pattern.
For once, I have to agree with Ant here. I can't believe it. But the thing is, with a lot of these people who say forced diversity, they can't exactly define what it means because it doesn't really have any definition. I think what's more effective is just saying diversity in general. Like, damn if it means being called a racist. You have a point to make. It's like, no, this isn't, and even then, it's like, this isn't even diversity. If the majority of the characters aren't, if they all agree with each other, it's like, why? That's not diversity. Or hell, even if there is diversity of skin tones, they're not like, they don't take the time. These writers don't take the time to establish that it's like, oh, like these people come from different cultures. That's why they act the way that they act. But they could come to an understanding of each other. But they don't even do that. I have my own contentions with Synthetic Man, but I don't mind him, and I do agree with a lot of the things he says. I see. If I were to take a guess, it probably has to do with a lot of the, all the Fuda stuff, but I guess I will say, he does say, like, don't be like me. Don't be like me, guys. But anyways, going back to what I was saying earlier, but something else that Ant would, that he lies about, it's like, oh, even though it's like, oh, this being written, but he probably doesn't say it, but he certainly believes it, that this is actually a good thing. A lot of his takes have the undertone of, well, you're wrong, you're still wrong, Chud. You might be right about this, only like 1%, but you're wrong about everything else, Chud, even though it's like, hey, that actually applies to you. You're only right about 1% of things and wrong about 99% of the others.
Too early, especially at trailers or casting announcements. In his view, the real issue is not the transformation of media, but the reaction of viewers who jump the gun. In other words, the fault lies not with the content, but with those who notice. This is where a theological...
Yep, that's basically where that lies. It's like, he still is ultimately saying, well, you're a racist chud for noticing, goy. If you don't like everybody looking the same and thinking the same, even though they're of quote unquote marginalized groups, you're just a racist incel chud who hates women and black people. That's exactly what Anthony would say. Yeah, exactly, Dusty. He's like, stop noticing right now. We're not doing what we're clearly doing, goy.
Logical critique becomes necessary. Seeing and discerning are essential faculties of wisdom. The wise man sees danger and hides himself, but the fool continues on and suffers for it.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Proverbs chapter 22, verse 3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
What Anthony is doing here, then, is inverting the moral order. He relocates the moral failure away from the producers of shallow, ideologically burdened content and
that's where the blame lies. That's the thing. That is where the blame ultimately lies. The Jews who produce this shit. Let's be real. And if they're not Jewish, then they're probably black.
Places it on the audience who dares to question it. He assigns guilt to those who observe what is plainly visible, and he excuses or removes responsibility from the people who produce and influence the media that shapes our society. So here we must ask an important question. Is Anthony genuinely engaging the content he critiques? Is he attempting to
No. Never. That's not Ant's goal at all. He is just solely there to be an enforcer of the regime, and he's also there to just make an ass of himself. Damn the consequences.
Understand the mediums of film, television, or gaming on their own terms? Or is he a functionary, a rhetorical tool whose role is not to discern, but to defend? His video does not reflect the posture of a careful critic. It reflects the posture of a useful servant.
Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding
within
me,
a system of... propaganda
we're
and
good.
mediocrity. And more than that, he believes in that system. This
Fucking hell, YouTube, trying to ruin my buzz. That's the thing. The booze is finally kicking in after an hour and a half. Good. My takes are gonna get more spicy from here.
too is theological weight. No one is neutral. Every thinker, whether he admits it or not, stands within a framework of authority. Now, for the Christian, that authority is the Word of God. For others, authority may be progress.
Yep, the Word of God, and then for us Orthodox Christians, we also hold the Church Fathers as an authoritative source when it comes to interpreting the Bible. We do not worship the Church Fathers or all the other saints. We venerate them, but we do not worship them. But we do hold their wisdom in high regard. They have, you could say, they figured out practically everything about the faith. And the thing, keep in mind, this all happened in the span of 300 years. So
The algorithm, the cultural consensus, or the market. But there's always a master being served. Anthony
Yes.
may be aware that media
And the thing is, I guess continuing on for just a little bit, obviously, us Orthodox Christians, our master is God. The same thing with the Church Fathers. Their master is God. We basically serve the same master. We do not serve the early Church Fathers. We serve God.
is being engineered and curated according to shallow political imperatives, but he has reconciled himself to it. He believes this is the way things should be. When he encounters evidence of manipulation,
Well, Chud, as you can see, the thing is, if you critique this piece of media that I like, even though I'm pretending that I don't like it, well, you're still a racist incel chud, because I said that you are, and I'm going to totally misinterpret your positions, because it pays me to do so, and it also is very, very beneficial to my Jewish overlords. How was my Anthony Gramuglia impersonation? I can't believe I was able to pull that one out.
he does not
After
retreat from the
about a
system.
year.
He doubles down. He has surrendered himself
Well,
to the
almost.
propaganda machine. The philosopher Byung-Chul Han, though not writing from a Christian perspective, offers a helpful diagnosis of this impulse. In his work, The Transparency Society, Han argues that modern culture has shifted from repression to exposure. Everything must now be visible, but
That's also true as well. It's why does something need to be visible? Why does a perspective need to be heard? Especially from a storytelling point of view. I know for me, I'm not necessarily thinking about it like that. I'm just writing lore for my for my VTuber model, basically. And it's if somebody wants to, and I'm going to be publishing it, and if somebody wants to read it, if somebody wants to pay $5 to read it, to read an online PDF, yeah, go ahead, that's fine. And even if somebody decides to share it for free, I wouldn't be pissed off about it at all, because I know the people who actually want to support me, even if they want to read it for free, it's hey, the $5, I'm not forcing you guys to buy the book or anything. I'm just saying, I'm obviously, because I'm an independent publisher, it's yeah, I am gonna be publishing it, and whoever reads it will read it, and that's all I could ask for. Whether they pay the $5 for it or they don't, that's fine by me. It's hey, I'm just glad that you read the book and that you liked it. So, alrighty, Trent, you'll be back soon. Sounds good. But anyways, so obviously I'm not trying to force my perspective down, someone's throat. After all, I am just writing a work of fiction. But when it comes to, let's see, retracing my steps here. But when it comes to other perspectives, it's why do we need to have the fag perspective in there? Why do we need to have especially if it's in a Western society where it's predominantly Christian values? It's what value does the perspective of a Muslim have in a Christian society? It should be fucking worthless. That's ultimately what it should be. It's fucking worthless. I damn it, Rexus. No, guys, Rexus is not actually a PDF file. He is just joking around. I mean, he references Jeffrey Epstein, for Christ's sake. Anyways, let's continue.
But no dissent.
Oh, wait, no. I'm not done yet. But it's like, yeah, not every perspective is a valid perspective and would make for an entertaining story. So, it might help to, try to write a story. And then if you want to add your own beliefs into it, it's like, sure, fine. But at least you wrote a story.
Is permitted. Surveillance no longer comes from the outside, but from within. It is moralized, internalized, and wrapped in the language of tolerance. You're free to see what is happening, but you are not free to describe it in terms that might challenge the prevailing orthodoxy. This is not unlike what the Apostle Paul describes in Romans chapter 1, and there we see the truth is suppressed in unrighteousness. The created order is clear, but it is denied. People exchange what is natural for what is unnatural, and then condemn those who notice the exchange. This suppression is both philosophical and spiritual. It is rebellion against the truth of God. So that was a lot, and
Yep. But the thing is, EGAD, I don't think Ant would really care or to learn anything about Christianity, because if he were to do that, Ant would be like, wow, maybe I really should reevaluate my life choices and maybe reflect. But no, Anthony is not capable of reflecting on his life choices. He doesn't have the IQ for it, clearly. He's also not very good at the subversion game either. I mean, it's pretty fucking clear that he is, he's just saying this to like to own the chuds. That's his whole motivation, is to own the chuds. And he thinks he's gonna have these pretty reasonable, logical sounding arguments, but no, they're just shit. They're just shit under any actual scrutiny. I mean, Smud Boy, he made, like, I know he and his crew have had, many videos all about ripping on Anthony Gramuglia. And Smud Boy even stood up for me when that whole debacle was going down. It's like, I was like, wow, a larger YouTuber actually decided to care about a smaller one's plight, which that was really, I felt like the happiest orange in the world. But still, that whole thing was so crazy. And I'm glad that Smud Boy is still ripping on Anthony Gramuglia. The kids yearn for the mines. Oh boy. But anyways, the thing is, Ant, you're just trying to play defense for a dying regime. That's basically what you're doing.
I want to make sure this is readily understood by everybody. When you're looking at these red tuber types, you need to understand something fundamental about all of them. They appear to be promoting critical discourse all the time.
Yes. When I was a leftist back in the day, like in 2018, I did listen to bread tubers, unfortunately. 18-year-old. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't say 18. It was more like 17. I stopped listening to those people like around 2018 because I was just listening to like other people, more like video essay types, and while playing World of Warcraft. I mean, hey, I still listen to video essays and playing World of Warcraft now, but they're just different. They're more right-leaning or whatnot. But the thing is, right? At that time, I did think, because I was 17 and Scurvy's on the spectrum, I was like, oh, wow, these people are so smart and they're so intelligent, and even though I might not fully agree with them, they're generally pretty smart. They're generally pretty smart people, and they know what they're talking about. That's how I thought of bread tubers, and I keep in mind, even when I was a leftist, I was not a socialist by any means. I'm just saying, like, I thought these people were smart because I was retarded. But that's the kind of veneer that they like to have. You know, now that I'm much older and I've grown much wiser, it's like I know that these people are trying to sell, you know, these people referring to bread tubers are just trying to sell me a dream. That's basically it. And they're going to use a lot of flowery language, try to show the best examples of a given group that is supposedly being marginalized, even though they're some of the most privileged people on the planet. Troons. But basically, like, if you possess the intelligence needed to understand their arguments, it's like it starts to fall apart. They don't really have any sort of causal chain of reasoning. They just like, oh, one talking point that sounds intelligent, and then the other talking point that is framed in a somewhat intelligent sounding manner. Then you have the other one, and it's just blah 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 blah. It ultimately values itself to be nothing at the end of the day. The commentary. And Anthony Gramuglia is no fucking different. Again, he's one of the people who is basically trying to rape storytelling's corpse. So take of that what you will.
They are very intelligent people. For someone like Anthony, he positions himself as a rational voice, pushing back against what he sees as irrational fear over what? Forced diversity, right? He frames himself as exposing
Oh boy, that wasn't really lemonade. That tasted more like rum.
the baseless panic of others. So on the surface, this all looks like resistance, right? No, in reality, Anthony is not challenging power. He is reinforcing it. He moralizes transparency. He demands the audience's...
I yearn for Minecraft Xbox One Edition. It's better than Bedrock on Xbox. Yeah, the Xbox 360 version of Minecraft is easily the best version of Minecraft on consoles. But nothing beats the Java version of Minecraft.
delay their judgment until media has been properly consumed. On what authority are you doing this, Anthony? You know, he mocks early discernment.
Just a motherfucker brought Anthony was like, oh, let's use Just a Robot, the guy who has a fucking fart fetish. For the guy who has a girlfriend, he really doesn't know how to treat her right, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, Just a Robot is pretty laughable too, but I think Anthony is a lot more laughable. I mean, again, the guy relates to Misato Katsuragi from Evangelion, and if you've seen that series, you know Misato isn't somebody who you really should be relating to.
Right? He ridicules people for seeing patterns and calling them out. In other words, he is scolding people for what? For noticing.
July?
This is exactly what Han describes. In the Transparency Society, everything must be visible, but
oh yes, it is I, the critical drinker. Oh, I notice, but I only choose when and when not to notice. Like God of War Ragnarok, I wouldn't say it's woke, but it's not woke, even though Angerboda is black. How is my drinker impersonation? Pretty good, huh? Then again, I have been drinking myself.
but nothing can be interpreted in a way that threatens the
My Zester, Archaeosophy. I will show the podcast. Of course I will. And speaking of that, I should. This is going to be a pointless... Actually, no, not so pointless diversion. I'm on a podcast with Archaeosophy called The King's Council. I have linked Archaeosophy's channel before, and I will do so again. I don't mind doing this tiny little ad break. It is going to be very, very small, but I'm going to link Archaeosophy's channel in the chat right now. Then we will get back to what we were doing before. So, take a look at Archaeosophy's channel. Give him a sub. He's growing fast. He's growing fast. He's almost at 120 subscribers. So, take a look. Take a look at his channel. Give him a sub as well. Now let's get back to the video.
dominant narrative. All identity, all politics, all art must be open and affirmed. but not scrutinized. And then you have people like Anthony participate in that system, but also pretending that they are resisting it, when in fact they are shaming dissenters and upholding the rules of institutional ideology. So,
Oh, by the way, something about Ant's setup. It certainly has changed since the last time I looked at it. He's there's a reason why he has it the way he's set up now. He's trying to, disassociate from, being a complete nerd to just, more of a bookworm. It's to make him look more intelligent than he actually is. That's why he has books that aren't necessarily, like, nerdy. And then also, but the question is, how many has he actually read? That's a lot of books right there. And I bet he hasn't read all of them. Again, it's just a veneer. It's an illusion. And also, he still has that unopened Berserk volume, that unopened Berserk Deluxe volume. We don't see that anywhere anymore. He's trying to he's trying to go beyond just being a simple nerd who wrote for fucking Polygon.
the contradiction is this. Anthony presents himself as a bold exposer of reactionary ignorance, but his entire argument functions as a moral pressure to conform.
Also, Anthony is not bisexual. He's only just saying it just to say it. This is coming from somebody who was at this point. It's becoming more like was. But it's like, no, he's entirely faking just to get sympathy. I've seen this tactic before from white guys pretending that they're bisexual so they could get some street cred with the left, even though it's like that tactic doesn't really work anymore.
And again, this is a perfect example of Hahn's thesis. Someone who confuses transparency with truth, who demands that we see everything but not name what we see. So he's not opposing propaganda here. He is functioning as one of its internal gatekeepers. Also,
big time. So I would also add on to that, EGAD. He's not just a like a gatekeeper. Anthony is a pusher of it. He is a covert pusher of this propaganda, because somebody not knowing the wiser, if they were to just stumble Anthony's content, like, just out of the blue, they're some politically neutral person, they were just starting to get into all this nerd shit in politics, they'd see Anthony's videos and think, yeah, he actually presents a pretty good argument. But in reality, Anthony is just trying to peddle propaganda onto people. That is his whole thing. That is his whole channel. Just say you don't want to date. It's not hard. But the thing is, that does apply to Anthony. But for some of us, especially us former bisexuals, it's like, yeah, we just want companionship. We're very lonely people. We just want companionship. That's ultimately what it boils down to. And thinking about that now, not engaging in those behaviors for a long time. It's like, yeah, that's ultimately what it boiled down to. It's like, I was just looking for some form of companionship, and I thought about that incorrectly, and now I'm learning my lesson. So, Anthony needs some black magic. If he really is bisexual, he'd love to get anally penetrated by a black man. Huh?
So Anthony himself, on a few occasions, has invoked comparisons to fascism or Nazism when describing his ideological opponents. This is not uncommon in his sphere. It's a rhetorical reflex meant to associate any resistance to institutional messaging with authoritarianism. So everyone who criticizes all this corporate media, anyone who questions progressive representation, or anyone who rejects ideological conformity are immediately cast as dangerous reactionaries. So the logic is clear.
Well, the thing is, EGAD, well, you're just an incel chud who can't get a woman for the life of you because, you're not a male feminist. And the thing is, when it comes to male feminism, is, it's not a bad thing at all. Even though they tend to be some of the creepiest fucks on the planet alive. Man, I despise male feminists. Jokes aside, I truly do. If I haven't made that clear in these streams, I fucking despise male feminists. They are some of the most predatory people on the planet.
Here, to dissent from the dominant narrative is to flirt with fascism somehow. Because if fascism involves the moral police.
Hey, Ant, if you're somehow watching this because you keep on coping and seething about those who disagree with you, oh, you should know that I am a far-right monarchist. Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Does that make me a fascist? Because I'm a monarchist, does that make me a fascist? I bet in your mind it does. Not in anyone with a high IQ. But then again, you don't have a high IQ. I'm much smarter than you are. And don't try to use but Scurvy, you're a Christian angle now. Again, you are not a Christian. You do not know anything about what I believe in. Even though I've been a believer for over a year now, and of course there's a lot of things I have to learn as well. Anthony, you have no right to fucking lecture me. You have no right.
Of culture and the suppression of dissent through social shaming, then Anthony is far closer to that pattern than the people he critiques. He does not oppose centralized power, he protects it. He doesn't criticize the propaganda, he amplifies it. So he's not a resistor, he is a functionary. He's a willing participant in a regime of state-aligned cultural messaging. So how then can a dissenter be called a fascist? Anthony's ideological opponents aren't seeking to control institutions, they are resisting capture by them. They're not punishing disagreement, they are demanding the right to see, speak, and judge without being condemned as heretics. They reject the role of cultural enforcer, whereas Anthony embraces it. This is exactly the condition Byung-Chul Han described in the Transparency Society.
Again, Anthony, he's just a peddler of this propaganda. That's it. That's all he does. He has a veneer of intelligence, and then when you actually start to listen to his argument and you have an IQ higher than 100, you'd be able to know that he's just saying a bunch of bullshit.
Where truth is replaced by exposure.
And yes, Dusty, Christianity to them is absolutely fascism because they don't. Again, these people do not know anything about political theory. They do not know how anything is applied. They do not know anything about power. At least the more intellectual type of leftists. The retarded leftist absolutely does know a lot about power. It doesn't take much, but the more quote-unquote intelligent leftists, the 100 IQs out there, or somewhat below, they are just like, oh no, force is bad. You shouldn't use force. They have the reasoning of children.
And conformity masquerades as virtue, and disagreement is treated as a threat. In such a world, to discern is to disrupt, and to disrupt is to be condemned. He admits that diversity is often executed poorly. He agrees that some works feature indistinct and uninspired characters, or that other works were mediocre at best. But the problem in his analysis is not the failure of the storytellers. The problem is that the audiences failed to interpret.
Well, yeah, the audience is the one who's at fault here, chud. Obviously, the audience it must be the retarded one. It can't be the Jewish producers or the black producers. No, it can't be them. No, it just can't. It has to be the fans. But Anthony, what you don't realize is that the fans are the people who actually like the shit that they like, and they don't want the things that they like to become shit. How is that not fucking obvious to you?
These works as intended. They were just not receptive enough. They noticed the seams, they saw the formula, and they were not persuaded. The deeper.
And yeah, you're not allowed to notice, chud, because if you notice, you're a racist incel chud. Even though that phrase is considered a compliment, especially to someone like me.
The issue here is that modern media increasingly demands not just viewership, but submission. Stories are not made to just be enjoyed anymore. No, you're expected to affirm the messages that these stories convey, and to
Exactly, Trent, exactly.
critique them is to sin. To notice the woke construction is to transgress. And so this problem transcends the artistic merit of the work itself. It reveals a moral crisis. Anthony places the burden of sin on perception rather than the ongoing deception. He treats true moral discernment as rebellion and demands complicity as the price of social peace. Scripture, by contrast, calls us to test everything and to hold fast to what is good.
Hold on, let me see. Thessalonians chapter 5. Ooh, that's a good one right there. Let's see. Let's actually read the whole chapter if you guys don't mind. Who died for us, whether we wake or sleep, we should live together with him. Wherefore comfort yourselves together and edify one another, even as ye do. And we beseech you, brethren, to know them which labor among you and are over you in the Lord, and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love for their work's sake, and be at peace among yourselves. We exhort you, brethren, warn them that are unruly, comfort the feeble-minded, support the weak, be patient towards all men. See that none render evil for evil unto any man. This is the KJV Bible, by the way. Which that's probably the best English translation of the Bible we got. But ever follow that which is good, both among yourselves and to all men. Rejoice evermore. Pray without ceasing. In everything give thanks, for this is the will of God and Jesus Christ concerning you. Quench not the spirit, despite not prophesyings. Prove all things, hold fast that which is good. Abstain from all appearance of evil, and the very God of peace sanctify you wholly. And I pray, God, your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Faithful is he that calleth you, who also will do it. Brethren, pray for us. Greet all brethren with a holy kiss. I charge you by the Lord that this epistle will be read unto all holy brethren. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you. Amen. And yes, this is the first epistle to the Thessalonians. Was written from Athens. Oh, EGAT just dropped a new video. He has been dropping a lot of those as of late. It must have been stuff on the back burner that he had time to edit or whatnot.
Good. We're not meant to remain passive consumers until a cultural product has proven itself beyond critique, nor is delayed discernment a virtue. We ought to be as shrewd as vipers. Vigilance is called for. We should evaluate the fruit of cultural works. Granted, we also should do that with a heart that seeks both truth and love.
That's actually an interesting video right there, Rexus. Perhaps we might watch it another time, though I'm gonna watch it after this stream for sure.
And not just because the algorithm demands it. But the problem, as we know, is that diversity has become a stand-in for excellence. And if you disagree with that, well, you're a heretic. And so in place of good storytelling, we are offered ideological compliance with this idea.
Well, you see, you racist incel chud. Diversity is a standard of excellence because, because brown people good. That's literally their whole reasoning. These people have no idea what the term excellence even means.
Idea of diversity.
Anthony
Needless to
is no
say,
exception.
we must not accept the inversion of moral vision. It's not a sin to notice. It's not evil to ask why our stories have changed. And it's not rebellion to expect substance over this mandated ideology. We are called to discern the times and to speak the truth in love. And that truth begins with seeing things rightly. And it
in terms of the whole in love thing, it's like, well, yeah, like a lot of people have tried to point this stuff out in love. It's like, hey, I don't think what you believe is necessarily good is necessarily a good thing, especially for those you're actually trying to help out. And then they respond with just autistic screeching.
Ends with standing firm. In the end, what is most troubling here is not simply the weakness of Anthony's argument, but the absence of any coherent ethical standard beneath it. He appeals to vague notions of fairness and progress, but offers no transcendent authority by which to judge the good, the true, or the beautiful. He critiques criticism itself, not on principled grounds, but because it disrupts the narratives preferred by cultural
That D-Day Cobra guy, fucking Zionist, that one is. Not the biggest fan of him, tell you the truth.
elites, and he demands compliance
And
with
keep in mind, he's the founder of Geeks and Gamers. So, again, he's not very all that, polite to us noticers. So take that for what you will. There's a lot of people in that space who are not kind to noticers. I've noticed this literally today because of the whole VTard fiasco.
without discernment, affirmation,
Which even then, I'm on Akemi's side, fully, because I consider Akemi to be a friend of mine.
without conviction. And what makes this all the more ironic and tragic is how common this posture has become among self-described critics of the system. Many who inhabit the so-called bread tube space claim to reject capitalism and corporate power. They posture as opponents of manufactured consent, state violence, and ideological coercion, yet when it comes to media, they become willing instruments of the very powers they claim to despise.
And the thing is, because they possess all the authority right now. Anthony, again, this is just a front. He loves the fact that the progressives are still in charge of the media and the culture. He fucking loves that shit. And the consequences of that, it's like, he will only speak out against, the imbalance of power as long as it affects his side. And again, because he's a leftist, that applies to a whole bunch of people. But as of right now, I would say that mainly applies to the illegal immigrants. And it's like, well, Chud, it's not bad. It's not a bad thing that we have a bunch of illegals in this country. No, you're just a racist Chud if you think that they should all be deported.
They defend the output of billion-dollar studios and excuse propagandistic storytelling and condemn dissent as bigotry. So they're not challenging state-sponsored ideology. Instead, they're reinforcing it. In opposing the system, they become instruments of its power. This reveals once again...
Oh yeah, they're the useful idiots. As like someone like Che Guevara would say, useful idiots. Anthony Gramuglia is ultimately a useful idiot who doesn't know what it truly lies ahead if his beliefs were fully realized. It's not going to be pleasant for him. Chances are he'd be facing the wall.
And the theological truth that no one operates from a neutral standpoint. Everyone serves a master. And Anthony, detached from any transcendent moral anchor, aligns himself with the powers that promise visibility and approval. And we must not join in the cowardice of those who mistake compliance for courage and think themselves bold while parroting the script of the cultural elite. Discernment for the Christian is the obedient act of recognizing reality, testifying to truth, and applying God's word to every judgment. And in a culture that punishes perception and labels resistance as sin, the duty of the Christian is not silence, but faithfulness.
Exactly, EGAT, exactly. And the reason why Anthony Gramuglia is indeed canceled has to do with the fact that, well, one, he's just a giant faggot, and two, he is basically a peddler. He wants people to rape the corpse of storytelling. He wants stories to ultimately be shit. That's what he wants. He doesn't want things to change. He wants the pendulum to stay, to where it's at right now, despite the Trump administration being in power. Because ultimately, that doesn't necessarily matter, because the leftists still have the cultural power. They still do. And Anthony wants to keep it that way. you know, of course he would want a Democrat to be in office to destroy things even more, but for now, he's certainly happy that the leftists still have the cultural institutions. And also the fact that he's able to farm all this outrage, that helps give him more eyes to his channel. But anyways, before we get to our next video of the night, I will be right back. Okie dokie, I am back. I'm just gonna, before we continue on, I'm just gonna send a another link to the stream on my X account. So, so I noticed that there's not many likes on this stream. That's rather unusual. Anyways, I'm still streaming, y'all, and I'm gonna be talking about the current state of Warcraft's story. So click the link to join me as we review it. And I'm also going to check if I got anything else. Okay. Yeah, with all that, let's get back to let's get back to the video, to the show here. So, let's see, should be, yep. So we have this video called "Modern WoW Has a Storytelling Problem," and it's all about the War Within's patch 11.7. And oh boy, that was easily the worst storyline I've ever played through in all of WoW. It was boring. It wasn't fun. I wasn't I was just doing it for the sake of completion. But let's get started, shall we?
This is Kefis. World of Warcraft.
Oh, come on again. Come on.
Warcraft's latest story, The Legacy of Arathor, has.
Hey, I wonder why that has a lot of dislikes. I mean, hey, it couldn't be the fact that the story is all about the black half elf, shield-armed woman. Oh, it couldn't be that, now can it?
Has been getting a lot of attention, and sadly, I don't mean that in a good way. Unfortunately,
it also couldn't have to do with the fact that, they decided to put Khadgar in a wheelchair for no reason. now can it? Because literally every single VTuber who does play WoW was making fun of Khadgar in a wheelchair. There's a reason why I had that as the thumbnail for tonight's stream. Because that moment is so representative of just like, oh, well, hey, we're just going to put him in a wheelchair because my Black Rock diversity quotas.
It seems as though WoW's lore has been farming multiple L's one after the other for the past few expansions, and it doesn't look like things
The L, really the L, like, I know people are like, oh, the Shadowlands lore was awful. It's like, no, the fuck it wasn't. You just weren't paying attention because you didn't care. But when people were paying attention to the Dragonflight lore, like, whoa, wow, it's so great. It's so great. I remember people constantly shilling the lore of Dragonflight because it had all the faggot shit in there, and that's the reason why I decided I was going to quit the game back in 2023. Again, even though I'm playing the game now, because I think the game is just fun, and it's like, I don't really need to give a shit about the story to have fun. And tell you the truth, patch 11.2 story is actually going to be pretty good. Like, having listened to the audio dramas myself, and also being very, very noticing when it comes to the cutscenes, it's like, you know what, it's a good story. It seems like Chris Metzen is actually back in charge, and it's less of just... There seems to be less of a lot of the things that made WoW's storytelling this expansion pretty bad. And there were some decent moments in there, like the Undermine story, and it seems like the Ethereal story is going to be very good too. But other than that, it's like, I wasn't a fan of the base War Within campaign. I really wasn't. Like, things were just too gay for my liking, and too many women were, you know, in positions that they really shouldn't be, and I was just like, oh, fucking hell, Blizzard. I was bored out of my mind. But anyways, let's continue.
Are improving even with the return of Chris Metzen.
Oh, by the way, like I've said before, marketing gimmick. He's not, you know, by the time he actually was back, you know, writing this story for Warcraft, we're not going to see that till midnight. And even then, because Chris Metzen is, you know, California, you know, he lives in California. Yeah, he's probably a moderate leftist, and that political ideology is still going to be in there for midnight, and the things after 11.2.
I've been into the Warcraft story for a very long time. Not so much these days, but for a good stretch there. I'm not a lore expert. I'm a discoverer, someone who's always learning and fascinated by the world Blizzard built. I remember spending hours watching people like Noble dive deep into the lore, breaking down characters, events, all the little connections. I was just blown away by the sheer scale of it all. To this day, I think the Lich...
By the way, I should let you know, this is a remaster of a very old cutscene, and those old cutscenes are still really good. Especially the Wrathgate.
King's storyline might be my favorite in any game. His fall from grace, the tragedy, the characters around him, it was incredible. And while WoW's story has always been a little derivative, it borrows from fantasy tropes and other media, that's never really been a problem. It still had emotional weight, it still felt grounded.
Hell, that's kind of how I felt about Shadowlands. It's like there were stakes. I didn't play Wrath back in the day. I didn't start playing World of Warcraft till like 2015. But it's like I knew, like when I was watching those cutscenes, it's like, oh shit, this is actually a pretty awesome story, and I felt that way for a while. I wasn't a big fan of Battle for Azeroth's story until like the tail end of it. But I loved Shadowlands' story, like, all the way through. Even though I was pretty pissed off at Sylvanas, it's like, hey, it gave me a pretty good motivation to just, like, keep caring about the story. It's like, what's gonna happen to Sylvanas? And I do think she should have died at the end of Shadowlands instead of what's happening with her now. It's like, yeah, they should have killed, like, Tyrande should have killed her, you know, in front of the Arbiter. And the Arbiter would have done something cool. That would have been great.
In a world where choices and consequences mattered. I know not everyone cares about the story in WoW, and that's fine. If you're one of those players, this probably isn't going to be the conversation for you. But for those of us who...
Well, it sure as hell is for me.
do care, it's become clear that something has changed, something has shifted, and it's left a lot of us feeling disconnected. Now, before I go further, let me get ahead of a few things. I don't want this to devolve into the same culture war nonsense that so many conversations like this do. It'd be easy for me to just throw around the word.
Want to take a look at the comments, guys? Oh, who the fuck am I kidding? We're gonna take a look. Vanilla, self-contained stories, build-ups felt genuine. Retail, beating the creator of the universe while, let's see, beating the creator of the universe while you just merely created the character. Ooh, it's not good to be bad, but we forgive you. The Blizzard dev asking how represented you feel by demon hunters is such a perfect summary of how misplaced their priorities are. And this was back in Legion. Keep in mind, this was back when demon hunters were added to WoW. Back in Legion in 2016. I'm sure it was said with the best intentions, but still, it demonstrates a lack of understanding what actually resonates with people from a storytelling perspective. Modern WoW definitely has a Saturday morning cartoon vibe to it, and I think we would all appreciate a little more depth, subtlety, and nuance going forward. Well, I mean, hey, you know, they tried that with Shadowlands, a mix of both Saturday morning cartoon and also some depth, but people hated the depth they tried to add to Sylvanas. Like, even so, like, I rewatched the 9.2 cinematic, and I was just like, you know, I still hate Sylvanas, but it's like, hey, I see what they were going for, and I think they did it well. Like, Uther talking to Sylvanas to help her realize that she is a monster, even though the good half was recently added back to her. It's like, still, I think that's an interesting moment. It's like, I know I don't like Sylvanas either, and many people don't like her either, especially after Battle for Azeroth, but it's like, still, I felt like that moment was done with a lot, like, it was actually done pretty good. And I know they're trying to do something similar with 11.2 with Locust Walker, and I think they did that pretty well. I just don't think it hits the same, if you ask me. Let's see. Puffs of Air, says Postnut. I mean, I am yapping a lot, but then again, I do care about Warcraft, so there's that.
Word woke and chalk it all up to that, and I'll be transparent, I don't entirely disagree.
Also, I like the fact that it was a man who, you know, told Sylvanas, it's like, hey bitch, you gotta do, you have a job to play in this, and that, yeah, that's smoke, bro. And I'm just talking smoke, Postnut. I'm just talking smoke, bitch. Suck my cock, Marty. Yeah, we didn't get moments like that in Dragonflight. Again, Chris Metzen was around for the story development of Shadowlands. Again, Blizzard makes these expansions years ahead. So, believe it or not, they're currently working on The Last Titan right now. So that's the expansion after Midnight. And they're probably doing some conceptualizing of the expansions after Last Titan. That's how far in development Blizzard is when it comes to these expansion packs. And so, Chris Metzen was definitely involved in the story of Shadowlands. Much to the WoW community's dismay, he was involved for the story of Shadowlands. Whether you like to think so or not, that is a fact. Again, if you know anything about Blizzard's development cycle, it makes total sense.
Some of the criticisms people have when they talk about these changes in media. But I don't think reducing the conversation to buzzwords helps anyone. At the same time, I don't want to be tone policed either. I don't want people moralizing over
Good. You have some standards, kid.
every point I bring up or assuming the worst about me just because you might not agree. This isn't about attacking people. This is about storytelling. And if we're going to talk about storytelling, then we need to have an honest conversation. The heart of the issue with WoW's story right now is a massive shift in tone, feel, and...
Again, the shift in tone is caused by the fact that there's way too many women writers on. And also, fuck, I don't even know who the guy who is in charge of Warcraft's story is anymore. It's not Steve Denuser. And even then, he probably helped conceptualize some of Dragonflight too. Again, it goes back to the production, but again, he left in 2022? So at the tail end of Shadowlands? So chances are there was a lot of stuff that he wrote for Dragonflight and War Within. But, oh man. The thing is, I don't know who's the story director now, and chances are, whoever they are, probably made the story a lot more woke. That's for sure.
Narrative focus. WoW's story used to be more complex. It was darker, grittier, more willing to tackle difficult themes.
That's also true. But again, they tried doing that in Shadowlands and you fuckers hated it.
Felt like a world where actions had weight, where characters...
Big time. I felt like, oh wow, Farak just made a hole in the ground and we have to, quest through, and we have to do some quests in, the Zaralek Cavern. Wow. The consequences. Even though, that is a more direct consequence, I know, a whole patch zone. But man, at the same time, outside of the main story, it's actions don't have any consequences anymore. And that's been a thing since the end of Shadowlands. If I'm being honest, Sylvana should have been dead at the end of Shadowlands. She helped us out for Zareth Mortis, that's fine, but she should have been dead after the jailer died. That would have been a fitting consequence.
Characters had flaws and had to grow through them. Now, it feels like a sanitized young adult novel, something straight out of a Pixar or Disney production aimed at adults who never left Tumblr. And that's the problem.
Dude, you just described the Warcraft writing staff. They're just a bunch of people who never grew out of Tumblr. Yeah, women hate consequences. Exactly.
It doesn't feel like Warcraft anymore. The tone is off, the grit is gone, and this latest patch is a perfect example of that. So let's talk about the legacy of Erethdor. It brought us back to the Arathi Highlands, with a focus on Faerun Lothar and the descendants of Stromgarde.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that, she's blind in one eye, guys. Oh wow, so progressive, so empowering.
There's a story here about rediscovering heritage, confronting prejudice, and uniting across old divides. You've got this human...
I should have got more booze, guys.
Supremacist faction called the Red Dawn, made up of Scarlet Crusade, Defias Brotherhood, and Syndicate faction members. It's a faction that feels like it's meant to invoke some real-world parallels. Xenophobia, nationalism, nostalgia for a pure past. It's not subtle, and that's fine if it's handled well. But if it had been handled with any less grace...
Not to mention the cinematics have been on a fucking downward spiral too. This is arguably the worst cinematics in the game.
And Trollbane would have been shouting, "Make Erethdor great again," while...
Yeah, it would have been so subtle if Marin Trollbane was like, "Oh, make Erethdor great again." That would have been so subtle, guys. Am I right?
Claiming to rebuild Thoradin's wall and making the orcs...
This is exactly how women write their stories. Or, well, soy-infused beta males. Where actions don't have consequences. I know I make fun of that in my own book, too, where it's like, oh, actions don't have consequences at times. It's not the whole thing. Naturally, my character killing one of the main villains of the story, an overseer, not to spoil too much. It's like there are consequences, even though that I'm not there. Again, it's like all the whole story, the whole coming, hero's journey stuff happens when I got knocked the fuck out during a fight between my friends in a gladiator match. There are consequences for me, the most powerful citrus in all of Tropicus County, not being there for people during a time where the Roachmen are insane, have got a lot more powerful. There's a lot more decimation that goes on because of the fact that I'm just not there. And that's kind of shown like later on in the book. But still, it's like my actions have consequences. And even now, as I'm, as I am my VTuber, it's like our citrus population is doing pretty good now. But back then, we were almost nearly extinct.
Pay for it. You have Danath Trollbane, one of the few old guard characters left. This guy had lived through the horrors of the First and Second Wars. He's lost people. He's seen the worst of the orcs. And suddenly we find him being all about peace and reconciliation.
But the sons of Lothar promote tolerance and mercy.
I remember seeing that cutscene, and I was just like, what the fuck? No! You guys were slaughtering orcs back in Warcraft 1 and 2. The fuck do you mean, peace and tolerance?
Fuck.
I'm not against characters growing, but we didn't see that journey. It just kind of happens off screen. And when you're dealing with...
And yes, I'm very much aware of what happens in the Heartlands novella. We didn't need a full patch about this. We really didn't. The Heartlands novella was actually pretty good for what it was. And again, we didn't need this part of the story to happen. It doesn't make sense in the overall war within story.
With a story world built on interracial conflict, literally a race war, you can't just flip the switch like that. That's not how good writing works. It's not satisfying. If Danath has changed, show us why. Show us the conflict, the self-reflection, the pain of reconciling with people he once hated, instead of leaving us...
Yeah, when I was playing through that shitty fucking quest line, no, that was just not there. Like, I know that the peace between the orcs of Hammerfall and the humans of Arathi were tenuous, but that didn't strike me as suddenly Danath Trollbane just loves the orcs. No, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And so suddenly it's like, oh, he's just tolerant. It's like, what? What? Like, again, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Just wondering why a guy named Trollbane is suddenly a peaceful old man who banishes his niece and supports the heroine.
Yeah, he should have killed his niece, and then the problem would be done. So they tried to pull a Garrosh Hellscream, but lame. Oh man, don't get me started on Garrosh. I do like the character of Garrosh, and he actually got a fitting end in Shadowlands. Again, Garrosh was kind of, abused for, because of how prideful he was and arrogant he was. And so I was like, yeah, he actually made for a pretty fun boss fight, with the soul rendered Dormazane boss fight, because that's who's basically tormenting Garrosh. That was basically the only boss I've ever killed on Mythic when it was current. But anyways, the thing is, Garrosh was actually a pretty good character. I don't know why Blizzard needs to keep on recreating him. Like, they tried that with Sylvanas in Battle for Azeroth, and they tried to make a worse Garrosh Hellscream. And, yeah, they kind of did. But at the same time, they kind of missed a lot of the nuances of Garrosh. Garrosh did nothing wrong. That's hilarious, Dusty. But anyways, it's like they tried to do that, And then, at least in Shadowlands, they gave Sylvanas more depth. Like, that's something I'm kind of glad that they did. It's like, even though one of my favorite cutscenes in Shadowlands was the discussion, you know, with Anduin and Sylvanas. It's like, yeah, it's like, this is what you, like, I notice your actions, Sylvanas. You know, that's basically what Anduin is saying. I notice your actions, and what you are, this is not who I heard you were. Again, Anduin is still a relatively young character in terms of just Warcraft lore or whatnot, but I do find it to be pretty interesting. It's like, because Anduin, in that cutscene, it's like, this is what the players think of Sylvanas. It's like, you are just a monster at this point. You are not like the character that I knew when I was young. That's how I saw that cinematic as, but, you know, the community, being the retards that they are, didn't see it my way.
That's not good storytelling, that's agenda fulfillment.
Yeah.
If you want a good example of how to handle racism or prejudice with depth and care, look at Ip Man 4. In that movie, you have the gunnery sergeant, a man who holds deep prejudice, but he isn't just a cartoon villain. He has layers. He's shaped by his environment, his pride, his fear of losing status. He's definitely wrong, and he's arguably not a great person, but he's also not hollow. And then you have the Chinese Tai Chi master who doesn't like Chinese martial arts being taught to Westerners. You sympathize with him, but at the end of the day, he has racist views, and yet he's not dismissed as evil.
Beast?
He's given space to grow. Even the white guy who fights in the alley, he's loud, arrogant, but he's not a racist. He respects skill, and that's the point. The movie doesn't lecture, it depicts. It shows people grappling with their beliefs. And
Actual like, hell, even in that moment, it's like, oh shit, you're good. Even if it's in a bit of a cocky way. The thing is, that would be, and even though it's a bit comedic of a depiction, it's like, it's something that could actually happen. Because there are those arrogant types of people out in the world. But still, it's like, at least it's not trying to just demonize the white man. Let's see, I got another notification. Let's see.
And through that, it creates meaningful moments. Contrast that with the Red Dawn faction in WoW, and they're just supremacists. They're evil, and that's it.
Hey, you know, here's the funny thing about that. I actually agreed with the Red Dawn. It's like, yeah, you know, I understand how the Alliance operates. I mean, again, my main is an Alliance character. He's a mecha gnome. But I was just like, you know, why should I be here in Stromgarde? It's like, I'm a fucking mecha gnome. I don't belong here.
There's no room for exploration, for growth, or for tension. It's black and white. It's flat, which is the very antithesis of what World of Warcraft was originally built on. And now I want to pivot to something else, and maybe even something more personal.
Sonic Frontiers music.
I'm legally blind, visually impaired, and I remember raiding with a couple of Blizzard devs back in Legion. I'm not going to say who they were, but they were really nice guys. We used to have really fun conversations. And I remember
they're probably not working at Blizzard anymore.
One night, one of them asked me how I felt about being represented in the game now that demon hunters were a class and they don't have eyesight. I wasn't offended.
The funny thing is, demon hunters can still see. It's just their eyes are replaced with... I mean, they have blindfolds, but they could still see. They have an ability called spectral sight, and that's actually part of their lore.
By the question, but it did give me pause, because I never really thought about it like that. I never looked at demon hunters and saw myself. They chose blindness. I didn't. They have supernatural abilities to compensate. I don't. It didn't feel like representation. It felt like a stretch. And don't get me wrong, I love Demon Hunters. They're really fun to play.
Yeah, Vengeance is also really fun to play too. And rumor has it there's going to be a third spec on the horizon, so that's going to be interesting if that's the case.
But I've never needed a character to share my traits to feel connected to them. What matters is the emotional connection, the internal journey. When Uther talks about grace, I feel that. When Jaina overcomes grief, I connect with that. When Eitrig and Tyrion set aside their prejudices, that means a lot to me. I don't have a problem with representation, but when it's done poorly, it doesn't feel empowering. It feels
But Chud, the thing is we need to have the representation in there, otherwise you won't feel accepted in the game world, Chud.
patronizing. You want a good disabled character? Look at Daredevil. Matt Murdock is compelling because his blindness is part of a larger arc. He struggles, adapts, excels. He isn't just the
That's something else too. Like, a lot of modern characters don't struggle anymore. That's a point of, like, in terms of my book, that's something I try to write, is the struggle. Like, do you know, like, there's a lot of times, even though my character, I'm capable of regeneration or whatnot, it's like, I could regenerate physically if I'm physically, spiritually, or even conceptually destroyed, but that kind of comes at a later part of the story where my regeneration gets enhanced. But it's like, still, there's a lot of struggle. The people that I fight are very much powerful and kill me several fucking times.
blind character. He's a human being. Compare that to putting Khadgar in a wheelchair. His wheels don't even move. He's a mage, and it doesn't make any sense in universe. It doesn't tell a story.
Kerdrin keeps saying I should just ride a griffin around.
Also, the thing is with that whole, wheelchair Khadgar thing, it's like, he's a do you know that mages have an ability called Alter Time? Did he not just talent that into that ability or something? Even though Khadgar is like one of the most powerful characters in all of Warcraft, well, aside from cosmic level deities, but it's like, in terms of mortals, like, Khadgar is one of the most powerful mortals there are. You don't think he would have talented into Alter Time and, or a very enhanced version of Alter Time, that by the time he was freed from the Dark Heart, he could have used it to not be a fucking cripple?
That seems terribly inconvenient, if you ask me. I much prefer this chair.
Could that be because Archmage Modera designed it for you herself?
Why, Ilaria? Whatever are you
Simping, guys.
implying?
That's stupid! You're stupid! Stop being stupid!
It doesn't show adaptation. It just feels like a checkbox. And when representation is reduced to that, it insults the very people.
If it was me rewriting that part of the game, I would say, Khadgar would just use a very enhanced version of Alter Time. And, also showing that, the characters in the game also have access to the same abilities that we, the player characters, have. And it's like, well, yeah, even though he was pretty, beat up back there, he could just use Alter Time, get back to a state where he wasn't a fucking cripple, and bam! You don't need to write in the fucking wheelchair segment. You don't need to.
It claims to support. The reason why I'm saying it's being used for representation is because whenever this plot point gets criticized, this is always the defense that people seem to want to use. And I don't want to dismiss anybody.
I always fucking laughed at that because I found it so funny. Again, Khadgar is one of the most powerful mages in all of Azeroth. And the fact that it's, I'm just going to make a wheelchair for myself instead of using the insanely powerful time magic I have access to, that player characters also have access to. I know the player version of Alter Time is a little different because of gameplay reasons, but it's like, hey, I can still, rather than being a fucking cripple, I can just use Alter Time and get myself back to a healthier state.
Somebody who might actually feel represented by this, but at the same time, I don't think that absolves it from criticism either. One of my favorite depictions of a disability in video games is with Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater and Big Boss. There's a moment in that game, an iconic one, where Snake loses his eye while protecting someone he cares about. He didn't choose it, it wasn't symbolic, it was an accident in the middle of a brutal scene, and it left a permanent mark on him. What followed wasn't just a character with an eye patch. The story actually explores how he adapted. The HUD changes, his aim shifts. There's a moment of frustration and then, slowly, resilience, support from allies.
Yeah, we're gonna get into... I know we're gonna get into Synthetic Man's criticism of Metal Gear Solid 3, but I do find that scene funny where it's like, you know, Snake is just surrounded by a bitch in a bikini.
A new normal. It's not just about making a character look cool with an eye patch. It's about showing how trauma shapes someone, how they overcome it, how the loss means something. Now think about Khadgar. The story didn't even take the time to explain the nature of his injuries. If it had shown him grappling with them, struggling, adapting, finding magical solutions, or even
that actually would have been interesting. It's like, over the course of the expansion, Khadgar would learn how to live with the fact that, you know, his legs don't work no more. That actually would have been interesting and something, you know, it didn't have to be like a major patch or whatnot, you know, patch 11.5, you know, Khadgar can walk again. No, that wouldn't have been an entertaining patch, but it would have been something, you know, you could mention it at the end of the expansion once, you know, Dimensius is defeated or whatever happens, where it's like, oh, you know, suddenly Khadgar starts to learn how to walk again, and so he has a magical cane. That would have been fine. And then in Midnight, he'd be able to walk again.
even resisting magical fixes to preserve humility or honor, then it might have meant something more. If we had seen a great arc where he went from despair to adaptation to maybe even empowering other disabled people in Azeroth to...
Also, by the way, this moment right here that you're watching is actually one of the few instances of a canon resurrection.
Live with dignity and resourcefulness, it would have been powerful. Instead, he's just using an incredibly impractical solution in the context of the universe, something that most disabled people I know, including myself, would never do. No consequence, no arc, we don't even know how or why, we don't even know if it bothers him. The story treats it as a cosmetic update, not a lived reality, and that's where the comparison to Snake becomes so painful, because that is how you do it right. You show the moment of loss, you let the audience sit with the character's fear, frustration, or even rage, and then you walk with them through the climb back, because it's the climb that creates connection. And some might argue that the chair is just there to be visual storytelling. Sure, but it's not really good.
Honestly, this moment was more so for Anduin, if anything. But
Storytelling, is it?
At the same time, it's like there also needs to be real consequences for, you know, Anduin resurrecting Khadgar, especially the way that he was, you know, not feeling like, the light was with him. And keep in mind, this is kind of a plot hole for War Within as a whole, because that was the thing is, with all the four main characters, you know, Ilaria, Anduin, Thrall, and Magni, they're all basically fighting, something with him, but it gets resolved within the first fucking patch, and then it's just like, whoa, we don't have to remember. All of a sudden, Anduin's trauma is just suddenly healed, and we haven't heard anything about it since the main campaign. And it seems to be more of a focus of Illyria Windrunner, if anything. I get with Magni that could be resolved in the first patch, the 11.0, and that's fine. That's kind of how it went anyways. But Anduin and Thrall, it's like, the fuck was Thrall doing in there? It's like I don't recall him needing to deal with anything internal or whatnot. Why was he involved? And the thing is, there was no Bane Bloodhoof in there, so the Shadowlands gang wasn't reunited after a long time. I don't know. And not to mention, Jaina Proudmoore wasn't really playing a role either. I don't know. War Within's been a bit of a mess in terms of the story. No, you never ever just turn into a tornado and just destroy a bunch of shit.
Smaller
Exactly,
point,
Dusty,
but
exactly.
it matters. I think to a lot of people, including myself, it's about design direction. A lot of these new characters don't look like they belong in an epic fantasy setting. They look like they just walked out of a Starbucks. And
Yeah, this was especially the case in like Dragonflight. Character design in terms of Warcraft is just like dead after Shadowlands. It's like, I swear, a lot of people give Shadowlands a lot of shit, but it had a lot of really creative character design. But Dragonflight is just like, oh my goodness. Oh, wow. The Earth Dragon, Ice Dragon, Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon. Those are the antagonists. War Within kind of suffers the same thing, albeit I think Xalatath's design is actually pretty good, and it would seem as... Yeah, I mean, some of the designs seemed pretty good, like Galliwix's mech or Dimensius.
Owen used to look regal. Now he just looks like some dude. Characters like Toddy Whiskers.
Yeah, I'm telling you. No, I don't think anybody liked the Dragon Scale Expedition.
Even that name bothers me. Feel more like cartoons than citizens of a war-torn world. All of my points are subjective, and this one is by far the most subjective for sure, but thematic cohesion matters, and when you strip that away,
That it does. I will say these, the primal incarnates, their visage forms actually kind of do fit in. Same with their dragon forms too, but it's just like, really, after the Titan plus threat, I would say, the Jailer is actually probably more powerful than Dimensius. Like, really, we're fighting just a fire dragon at the end of Dragonflight? Really? He's the final boss? And don't get me wrong, it was a pretty fun fight, but at the same time, it's like, really? We could theoretically kill him with just a single blow, but there's just so much, like, narrative bullshit that prevented us from, just killing the primal incarnates, all 4 of them, with just a single blow. And I get, it's because of gameplay and raid encounters, but at the same time, it's like, after we just killed the Jailer, I was expecting something more cosmic to, make us even more powerful. That's what I was thinking. Went for a pack of smokes and never came back.
you lose immersion, and again, that's a tonal shift that matters. I think a lot of people can agree that this isn't a WoW specific problem. We've seen these same issues in Marvel, Star Wars, and even gaming at large.
Yeah.
It's this obsession with surface level diversity, feel good messages, and safe storytelling. It's not that inclusion is bad, it's certainly not. It's that
it can be interesting, you just have to write it well. You have to give these characters actual struggles, and they can't be Mary Sue's. It's that simple, but again, these people, they don't actually care about telling a story. They care about pushing propaganda. Why, in terms of War Within, there's a reason why people have been complaining about a lot of the shit that happened in the story. And it largely has to do with the fact that it's just trying to propagandize. It's not necessarily trying to tell a story. It's only now in 11.2 that, you know, they decided to try to tell a story, and turns out it's actually pretty good. Security Gaming, how are ya? Archeosophy says, stories are supposed to reflect reality and how we ought to live through it. And Dotard says, do hope you give my friend, her Siegfried, a warm welcome. Of course I will, of course.
inclusion has replaced depth.
Exactly. These people, these leftists, believe that inclusion is depth. Oh, they see, Illidan Stormrage, he's blind. Because he's blind. Damn how he became blind. He's just blind. Therefore, we have to make him included in the World of Warcraft, even though he already technically is included in the World of Warcraft because he's the most powerful demon hunter. But they're basically just like, well, this character, this character has a shield for an arm, and we have to make the character feel included. We can't make them feel any different than the player character. That's how that feels to me, at least. I'm good. How are you? Just subbing like, I'm doing good. I've had quite a bit to drink tonight, that's for sure. And we're talking about Warcraft lore. A shield for an arm. Yeah, I was like, when I saw Farron Lothar's model, initially for the War Within Alpha, I was like, oh, fucking hell. Of course she's going to be black. Of course there's going to be a black female, half-elf, and she's going to have a very important role in the story. I was fucking right about that. And then they just, she has a shield for an arm, too. Because, she lost her arm for some bullshit reason, and I hate it. I hate the character. And nobody likes Farron Lothar either. Nobody does. We don't want her in the next expansion either, or the Last Titan. We don't fucking care.
Characters aren't being...
However, they're put her in there somehow for Midnight. Again, because she is, she's half-elf.
Written to be human. They're being written to...
And Midnight is about the elves, by the way.
Check a demographic box, and when people criticize that, they're immediately labeled as problematic. That's a problem in itself, because we need to be able to critique storytelling without being moralized into silence. For WoW specifically, let's zoom out a bit. Right now, WoW is in the middle of the World Soul Saga. Big cosmic stakes, Void Lords, Titans, the heart of Azeroth.
And keep in mind, he is aware of what's going to happen in the story in 11.2. And yes, I like the cosmic stakes. That's why I loved Shadowlands so much. There were actual stakes if we didn't kill the jailer. Again, people tend to forget that. It's like, again, I know it's a little bit Saturday morning cartoon, but there was also quite a bit of nuance in the storytelling as well. But at the same time, it's like there were actual stakes, and that's why I cared about what happened in the expansion. It's like, even though things are getting worse for the player, it's like, 9.2, we were gonna kick this fucker's ass. And it's like, it felt really damn good doing so, and it was actually a really fun boss fight.
And that's fine, but it means...
Unless it's total elf doom, I do not care. Well, no, though, the premise of Midnight is that, you reunite the elven tribes, so that's like the Night Elves, the Blood Elves, the Void Elves, the Nightborn, the Naga, and everything in between, and you banish the Shadow forever. That's the premise of Midnight. Sounds pretty cool. I just hope they actually implement it well. I didn't care for the Shadowlands arc. Should have been about terminating elves. I mean, hey, for me, Dusty, it's because I made a Death Knight. It's like, and I didn't play Wrath back in the day. It's like, this Shadowlands to me felt like Wrath. Like, that's how much I liked the expansion.
Nothing if the smaller human stories fall apart. Legacy of Aerithor tried to ground things again, but it felt disconnected. It was rushed. There's potential in this story.
I wouldn't say it felt rushed. It felt gay. They had this thing in the pipeline for a while. It's just like, again, this is the problem with women writers. They do not write, small human stories very well. Men, on the other hand, do. And we saw what happens when a man is in charge of writing, the backstory of the Ethereals. It was really good. People really liked it. And I noticed that it's like, oh shit, there was, Locust Walker actually had to deal with shit that, even if he caused the problems, the problems had consequences. Actions had consequences. That's what I liked about that, the hour and a half short novella
of Stromgarde and the Arathi Highlands, but it needed time and it needed teeth. Chris Metzen came back. That gave people hope, but even
again, marketing gimmick.
Even he said that decision making is more democratized now.
Under the hood a little bit, it's
Democracy.
interesting in how,
Fucking
when
hell,
I
I
came
hate
back on the
democracy.
team, the development process and even the conceptualizing process, you know, like where does the expansion take place? What are the main themes? What's the focus? Really had become much more democratized, right? And people were, you know, had kind of found their voice in the balance of all the special teams that comprise the World of Warcraft team.
Yeah, that's something else too. Democracy.
That might be
Fake
part of
gay.
the problem, because what WoW needs isn't more committees. It needs vision. It needs
Yes.
someone willing to write stories.
Sylvanas' plan to release the plague was spoiled by the traitor. She had intended to use it much later for both the Alliance and the Horde. Yes, because around the time she died, you know, when she jumped herself off of Ice Crown to kill herself, that's when she established the, you know, her and the covenant between the jailer. And so naturally, because she, you know, she was in that covenant to empower herself and the jailer, yeah, she would want to use the plague to basically kill everybody.
That are messy, human, and hard to resolve. Stories that reflect the complexity of the world, not just
like
the
Shadowlands to
messaging
me.
of the moment.
Yeah, again, you guys complained about Shadowlands. I tried to do the same thing, mix both Saturday morning cartoon and depth, and you guys complained. Again, I know people complained about the story of Legion back in the day too. Again, there's always going to be people who complain about the story of Warcraft. It's just, I think now maybe people gained a few IQ points and can notice when they're being trying to be pandered to.
And that's where I'm at with it. I still love the game. I still want to
too.
believe in its world and its characters. But that only works if the people writing the story take it seriously. If they're willing to go deep, not just go loud. And now I'd love to hear from you, respectfully.
Alrighty, so I think we get the point of this video right here. It's pretty good. It has some holes. Again, I'd love to ask what Kefis's thoughts on the story of Shadowlands are, and I just tell him exactly that. And again, because I've been writing stories for a while, whether it's like just like, you know, actual stories or shitty fan fictions, it's like I at least know how stories are. I at least somewhat know how stories are supposed to be written. And I felt like the Shadowlands story was very good. I think War Within, I think it's about, I mean, I felt like the Goblin story was pretty good. Same with the Ethereal story. The major patch stories are pretty good. Just with the minor stuff that just kind of suck and that don't need to be in the World Soul Saga. It's like, why was 11.7 in there? Like, the story of that didn't need to be there. There needed to be a prelude to Koresh. That's what needed to happen. But anyways, yeah, and again, this stuff was established like back in like what, before Cataclysm? Not necessarily about, you know, everything about the Shadowlands, but, you know, Sylvanas making a deal with the jailer. And again, the jailer, basically what he was, especially during that time, was a mysterious figure who made a deal with Sylvanas, and we learned that this is the figure that Sylvanas made the deal with. But anyways, yeah, I agree. WoW's story deserves better, and who knows what's going to be in the future. Is Midnight going to be better? I kind of hope that it is. The premise sounds really interesting, but who knows? Again, a lot of the writers for World of Warcraft are women, and so it's like, yeah, I gotta deal with that a little bit. Sylvanas always seemed like she just wanted to kill all living things, just out of resentment for being a banshee. Yeah, I kind of noticed that too in her story. Some people have been way too sympathetic to Sylvanas because of her circumstances. And then when they're oh wow, she did bad things because she's not, you know, she's not alive, they got shocked or whatever. But anyways, I'll be back and then we'll get to our next cancellation. It's gonna be a long one. Zesters, I am back. Now, let's see, I just gotta find the button. Now, we're gonna get into our second cancellation of the night, and that would be Death Stranding 2. Alrighty, so we have the latest video from Synthetic Man, and that's gonna basically be our leverage point as to why Death Stranding 2 is gonna be canceled. It's gonna be a long one, but we're gonna skip the let's see, is there a gameplay? Oh wait, no, it's basically, it's not gonna be a gameplay review. Alrighty, we're gonna watch the whole fucking thing, boys, and I'm gonna commentate it as well. Actually, let me just check my X feed real quick. I forgot if I did earlier before we get started. It seems like I already did. Well, I'm gonna be talking about how Kojima is a fucking hack. So I'm still streaming, y'all. Alrighty. Alright, faggots, let's get into this.
Death Stranding 2 is the perfect representation of everything that is wrong with...
Oh, motherfucker.
Death Stranding 2 is the perfect representation of everything that is wrong with modern gaming and modern society.
Pecco!
At large. As is the case with pretty much every one of my videos, people are...
Who are you calling a bundle of sticks, you citrus? Yeah, I was calling you guys that.
probably going to ask, is Death Stranding 2 woke? Well, let me answer that question with another question. Do you think a game where you play as an immortal, autistic, incel golem that serves globalism, surrounded by women with superpowers who direct the story? I mean, Sam basically plays second fiddle despite being the main character.
He's a cuck!
He has almost no character. Norman Reedus is essentially playing a Ryan Gosling type role. In fact, this game reminds me a lot of Blade Runner 2049, which we'll go into later, but if you were working for the bad guy the whole time. But yeah, Sam has no agency. Fragile is a better main character than he is. Tomorrow has superpowers. Deborah Wilson's in this fucking game.
Why the fuck is Deborah Wilson in this? It's like, I know she's in everything, and I have my opinions about all that. It's just like, why, just why? Why do they try to face scan her or whatever? It's like, nobody wants to see a bald black woman in a game. Nobody does. Except for Deborah Wilson.
Talking about how great mothers are and how evil men are. I'm not making that shit up. That really happens. And to dive, a little bit deeper into the conspiracy paint here, I think this game quite literally represents what the World Economic Forum wants for Western civilization. Own nothing and be happy. And that's an order, by the way. It's not that you will be happy. No, you will fucking cope and lie to yourself and say that you're happy. That's what this game is really about. Now, having said all that, this is not a review of Death Stranding 2, and I'm sure some of you are going to click off the video immediately as soon as I said that, but I'll be honest, as a game, it's just a better version of...
Here, we'll skip to the, we'll skip here, because he's just reviewing the game.
Don't worry, by the end of this video, you won't be wondering why I didn't just make a review. I'm going to cover my most important thoughts in this video. So, without further ado, let's talk about wage slaving in video games. So, since I'm sure...
Honestly, Synth, that's such a wonderful way to put it. It's like, there are so many games that are out there these days where it's all... You're just trying to be a wage cuck. And I mean, hey, it's fun, I guess as a viewer, it's fun to watch because it's not a heavily intensive game. I mean, I remember my friend Honey Highland playing Power Washing Simulator with another friend of mine, Catherine Naomi, and they had a fun time just talking to each other and also talking to chat. It's a very low intensive game. You don't need to really think much while playing it. It's not like playing World of Warcraft or another high intensity game. You know, it's something easy, and it's like, oh, it's just something to do while you're talking to your friend and also playing with your friend or friends. Like, hell, I know I played Repo with Celeste and Co. Rather recently for a good cause, and we raised actually quite a bit of money for that, which I'm grateful for everybody who donated to Gamers Outreach, and it's a good charity, so I ain't complaining. But again, you know, Repo is very much a you know, you're just doing a job kind of game. It's a friend slop game, but you also are trying to do a job, you know?
For all of you clicked on this video to hear about Death Stranding 2, let's talk about that first. I'm sure your first question is, did I play the first game? And yes, for about 10 hours, that's as much as I could stand. I don't think I should have to tell you this, but I don't find it particularly appealing to play as an Amazon shipping worker. No, I don't care that you're the last
Hold on, I think we have this is going to be a bit of a surprise bonus segment, but we are going to be rewatching Living with Robbio. Because why the fuck not? It's a funny video, and we're going to watch it together, and it's perfect because this is the guy who basically wants us to, you know.
Hey guys, Robbio here. Oh my goodness, guys, my scrotum is rolling from transmitting STDs to Pakistani children. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, this is episode 2, and now, guys, I will show you my bathroom, my kitchen, I guess. Oh goodness, my scrotum. But, look, guys, look, it's one of my greatest achievements. History revision in global media. And look, guys, look, the Holocaust, ultimate bargain weapon. Guys, you remember USS Liberty? Incredible, incredible. Oh my goodness, my scrotum, guys, my scrotum. The basement is not far away. Oh my goodness, I feel the STDs are coming together in my balls. Oh my goodness. Ow, 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 oy vey. I got the buster nut.
That's where I got the oy vey soundbite from, by the way.
Just got to bust inside a miner. Bye, guys, bye. Don't forget to support communism. And the next episode, I will hire Europeans and take credit for their work. Oy vey, guys. It's running down my scrotum. I'm coming.
That's basically the kind of guy who, you know, would employ, you know, that Sam guy in Death Stranding is Robbio.
Hope of humanity to bridge the broken connections between us after the 2016 election, which is supposedly what the game's really about. Now, what does that have to do with using fetuses to see ghosts, connecting to the beach, which is like the afterlife, and your fucking sister bringing back you as a dead fetus, which caused the Death Stranding, and you're adopted by the goddamn president, and blah, blah, blah.
I swear, the story of Death Stranding is pretentious for the sake of being pretentious.
I don't know, the plot was fucking retarded. I have no desire to go into the nitty-gritty details of the Death Stranding universe. As a post-apocalypse, it's really dumb and not nearly as interesting as Kojima thinks it is. All you need to know is—
Oh, well, you see, Chad, you just don't get it because you are American. Even though I am trying to get an American audience,
it's like over 95% of the population is dead. This is like a true post-apocalypse, but not with cool mutant monsters like Fallout or any of the sci-fi technology really, other than autonomous drones and exoskeletons. I mean, we're fucking stuck with electric vehicles that can't even drive up a hill. So most of the technology is pretty boring. You're not even really allowed to kill people, because if you kill somebody, it ends up creating huge craters, which is how most of the population got wiped out in the first place. But the real reason why you are humanity's last hope is because you're a repatriate, which just means you're immortal. Every time
you're a Goyim. You're basically a Goyim, essentially.
Time you die, you just come back. So it's up to you to ship everyone's important packages by yourself, the ultimate wage slave. Now, you could argue in the first game, at least you had some real things to fight for. One was to protect your BB, your little fetus, Lou, and the next was to find your sister Amelie, which of course was kind of a lie.
Huh? Amelie? The VTuber? You know, the VTuber from VShojo? Huh?
But again, not going to go into that, right? But still, decent motivations to connect all of America, even though everyone's fucking dead, so there is no America anymore. And over the course of the first game, we were told numerous times that the female president is the only reason why things hadn't fallen apart, even.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck? I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Worse. Obviously, we know who Kojima wanted to win the 2016 election, the fucking moron.
Obviously.
And he even almost directly quotes Hillary Clinton in the second game, as we'll get into a little bit later. So what you need to know going into the second game is basically Sam frees Lou and lets her grow as a normal little girl. Like, she doesn't have to be this fetus piece of equipment that people just throw in the trash. And so Sam goes off the grid, which is where we find him in Death Stranding 2, near the border to Mexico. And of course, Fragile, the hag from the first game, has to come find you again and rope you into a new adventure to link up Mexico. Yes, this isn't about rebuilding America anymore. This is quite literally about spreading globalism, because later we go to Australia.
Well, you see, Chadu, globalism is such a great ideology. It's going to repair us all. As you could see, where globalism will truly unite us. Well, you know, get the fuck out of here, Kojima.
Yeah, too. We need to connect the entire world under the chiral network, under one world government. And no joke, they tell you twice that the UCA has no interest in global domination. Can you imagine if I just randomly said to someone, no, I don't want to kill all my enemies, I don't want to impregnate all sexy women? Would you believe me? And of course, we're given the illusion of a choice. If we say no, the game quite literally loops the cutscene back, and if you pick no again, it fakes you out and thinks you have to play the intro all over again. Haha, very funny, Kojimbo. So we decide to help her. We end up linking up all of Mexico. Meanwhile, she's taking care of Lou on her own in our bunker. And what do you think happens as we head back there? Yeah, Lou gets fucking killed.
That's so lazy. Why do storytellers need to use that fucking trope of just like, oh, you know, the main character loses something of value and then it's gone. I actually tried to avoid that trope. You know, my fictional family, you know, is still here. You know, in terms of scurvy lore, I don't have one in real life. But I'm just saying, you know, it doesn't have to die. You know, the object of desire doesn't have to die. Well, maybe not that way, you know, in terms of that. It's like the object of affection, we'll put it as, you know, as that way. It doesn't have to die for the main character to want to do something. Kitsune, how are ya? I'm doing good. I've had quite a bit to drink tonight, and now we're roasting Death Stranding 2. How are you been? How have you been, brother? Kojima wrote his game in such a way to be anti-globalism. But the thing is, the funny thing is, Dusty, this game is about pushing globalism. That's what it's about. At this point, I'm thinking Metal Gear Solid wasn't made by Kojima because he's such a hack. Kitsune says he's good. Well, that's good to hear. Feel free to stick around. My commentary has already been getting pretty based. It's gonna get more based as we go along.
The baby that you fought for the entire first game, he got his happy ending, just living off the grid with his daughter, and she gets fucking killed. Now, of course, you might be thinking, oh, that is a great plot hook. This is to keep engagement.
No, it's a fucking awful plot hook. Why, again, why does everything good from him have to be taken? Again, like, this is not explained in the story. It's just there because it's a fucking common trope in storytelling these days, and I don't like it. I don't really like it.
Going after Tutorial Island, so to speak, right? So that you're really engaged in the next act of the game. Okay, well, I'm here to argue the exact opposite. If anything, Sam should have no motivation at all to help the UCA because he has nothing left to fight for. In fact, I can't show you the scene because it will probably get this video age restricted, but he tests out his immortality multiple times, it's implied. So I know some people are going to say, well, I mean, at what point do you have to just move forward? And that is one of the major themes of the game, even though it's directly contradicted, like, right after this, because the BT version of
Metal Gear Solid is the game I'm talking about. Ah, gotcha. Metal Gear Solid always has that message of globalism is shit. Why would you want to do this? It leads to war. We're bad. Avoid that what leads. But then again, remember that Kojima isn't the same Hideo Kojima as, you know, as he was when he was writing those stories or conceptualizing those stories. This Kojima is very much a globalist shill. He very much wants to be involved in Hollywood, drinking adrenochrome with all the other celebrities, and he's just, I don't know. And that kind of has consequences on the writing of his games.
BB Lou crawls back into the pod and reverts to a fetus, now like a tentacle ghost fetus. And you actually travel around with her, go on one more journey with your ghost, which I know someone's probably going to spoil the plot in the comments or whatever. Yes, I know that Lou isn't really dead, and it might be connected with another character that you meet later. You could probably figure it out by what song she knows.
Yes, I know. Attractive characters. Again, the anti-woke faggots are just like, whoa, the characters aren't ugly. They're not ugly. And the thing is, it's just, you fuckers look at the most shallow level of stories. Or, well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. You fuckers look at the most shallow parts of a story of, you know, characters looking the way that they do, or just, oh wow, it's not overtly feminist, even though it's still feminist. Again, these people are fucking retards, and I don't trust them.
And I think Kojima's totally not a pedo for having an adult woman have the mind of a literal toddler. You fucking globalist pseudo-toucan freak. But I digress. Let's finish up this little plot synopsis so I can get into the real point of this video. So despite having nothing left to fight for, with his only family being dead, Sam decides to pass through a chiral gate thing. Yes, now linking up all these networks has created portals that tell.
Well, yeah, those centrists are very shallow. They operate like women almost when it comes to sex shock and stupid. That's what gets clicks. So they're gonna operate based on that.
Teleport to other sides of the planet because you can't cross the sea and you can't fly through the air. Except we kind of learn immediately after this that they did create a tar submarine that can more or less teleport. So I don't even know why we need these gates, but who fucking cares? It's a metaphor for open borders. I'm not joking. This is globalist.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, again, what like. It is a bit overt in terms of the message, but at the same time, it's like, oh my goodness, how fucking stupid does that have to be? Centrists have shallow opinions. I'm far deeper than them, despite how blunt I could be. I swear way too much.
List propaganda. I don't know how many times I need to fucking say that, but yes, this game advocates for open borders. I'm not joking. And I know I said this wouldn't be a review of the game, but
oh, you see, Chado, if if open borders happen, then humanity will know world peace.
I do want to point out one of the journalist lies that is going to become immediately apparent after a few missions in Australia. There were reviews saying this game has better pacing than the first game, as in like fewer cutscenes, more gameplay. That was just a straight up lie. I'm assuming some of these journalists literally only...
Again, Kojima, for Death Stranding, both 1 and 2, he was more interested in making an animated movie, so it would seem. And this actually would have been a decent animated movie, at least Death Stranding 1. Death Stranding 2 would have been called woke by the centrist libertarians, and I still call it woke because it is. But the thing is, it's clear that Kojima wanted to make an animated movie, not a video game.
He played Mexico and then wrote a fake review. Because once you get to Australia, there is 10 minutes of cutscenes after almost every single main story mission. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but seriously, this is reaching like Metal Gear Solid 4 levels of cutscene pacing. You get a 20-minute mission of driving around the giant empty sandbox where you just mooch off of other people's buildings. Or at least that's what I did. All the generators, the roads, the zip lines, etc., etc. And then you watch 10 minutes of cutscenes on the submarine. Every single mission. The journalist just straight up fucking lied to you, dude. Like a blatant lie. This is like factually a lie, not a matter of opinion. This has worse pacing than the first game. But anyway, to get back to the plot, this is where you meet the new president.
It was APAC, a private corporation. Huh. Well, what does APAC stand for, guys? Oh, man, I remember first learning about the fact that the main villain organization in Death Stranding 2 is called APAC. Oh, man, it's just missing the I in there. That's all. It's just missing the I.
Of the US, except it's not the president of the United States, because I guess Kojima's trying to say that what's left of America is basically one big mega corporation, and this guy is like the CEO. And he was not voted in. No, he was elected through an algorithm. I'm not fucking joking. This is so dystopian and disgusting. In a better game, I would think it'd be kind of interesting commentary, actually. But this motherfucker is literally branded on his neck. The organization he works for is suspiciously close to APAC.
Kojima, what were you trying to say? If you're trying to commentate on that, you're not gonna get into Hollywood. Again, these fuckers run APAC. Oy vey, goy.
Yeah, don't ask any questions about that. That's definitely a coincidence. So the new president of the United States is quite literally a golem. He's a puppet. And I know there's going to be someone who's already beaten the game who watches this video and says, oh, well, he was the villain anyway. That doesn't fucking matter. You're working...
That makes it worse! That makes it fucking worse! The fact that a pawn of APAC is the villain, that's so hilarious. But also it's like, holy shit. Man, oh boy. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me.
For the bad guys the whole time, spreading their globalism with no player choice. You have no...
I will say, I guess Kojima was at least somewhat knowledgeable on what's going on in America. Probably because he's trying to party with all the people who are involved in such a sex trafficking ring. Jeffrey Epstein. Oh boy. Again, it's like, really? APAC? The name is like... Storytelling's so dead. It's so fucking obvious who Kojima's talking about. And I fucking despise APAC, but I just found it more funny, if anything. And again, Kojima expects you to take this, this more noble version of APAC seriously, when it's a fucking laughingstock, dude. Again, the organization's name is APAC. APAC. You just have to add an I in there, and what did you know? It functions just the same. Because APAC and APAC in the story is literally APAC as it is in America.
Motivation, nothing to live for, no woman, no children. Yet you continue to wage slave anyway, because the cogs of society have to keep turning. That's what this video is really about, right? Sam Porter Bridges is not the real hero of this story. He's just the equivalent of the fucking garbage man, the sewer treatment worker, the Amazon employee. He does the grunt work that the women can't be bothered to do, who are
Yes, Sam Porter Bridges is just a goyim.
the real fucking main characters. Fragile is the boss of Drawbridge, even though she doesn't do her whole teleportation thing anymore because of a sickness that she got from it, very much like a Kojima-ism to do that. You have Rainy, a woman who can summon the Timefall Rain at will and reverse its effects. Oh, and she's permanently 7 months pregnant, by the way. Yes, Kojima inserted his pregnancy fetish in this game. It's a major plot point that babies aren't being born anymore, which there's multiple different ways you could interpret that into the whole globo-homo narrative. But anyway, the point is this bitch can reverse the aging effects of the rain, which kind of seems woefully underused. We, of course, have Tomorrow, who is a totally mysterious character we found basically in the afterlife, who just so happens to know the same song we played for Lou as a toddler, like right before this. I wonder who she could be. And she has magical tar powers that can even insta-timefall age killer death robots that literally like swim in the tar and shit. And holy fuck, this scene looks so goddamn bad. This is why I hate girl boss shit. And if somehow none...
I do too. Again, this is something that the main character should be doing, not somebody who is basically his daughter, who... In a previous scene looked to be very weak. This should not be possible. This is, this would have actually made Death Stranding 2 a more interesting game if Sam actually had the ability to use the tar to his advantage.
None of that was enough to convince you that Kojima is a leftist or that this game is pushing progressive ideology. Just listen to this quote from the game.
Women and children and the weak have always been easy targets. In every conflict and disaster, we're always the first.
Oh, Hillary Clinton line. Hillary Clinton line. This is fucking propaganda. Yes, this is propaganda. Yeah, not the men who go to the front lines and die to, gunfire, explosions. Are you fucking kidding? I hate Kojima. And look, I'm gonna red pill some of you motherfuckers. I'm not a contrarian who thinks the Metal Gear games are bad or anything. I think they're great games. But Metal Gear Solid 3 was one of the forerunners of girl bosses, okay? The boss is one of the worst, feminist characters.
Let's see, I'm gonna take a look at chat for a minute. Tomorrow fucked yesterday and began next week. Earth hit by meteorite. Women most affected.
That had ever existed at that time, especially in gaming. The greatest soldier who ever lived was a woman in the fucking 60s.
Yeah, that's such a fucking stretch. And, well, you see, Childo, I wrote a big boss because I like a women with a big breast. And women with a big breast, ooh, she must be powerful. But I'm just like, she's a woman. And men are stronger than women. Obviously, the strongest men are much stronger than the strongest women. Hell, I'm probably stronger than the strongest women.
You're an absolutely autistic, delusional, probably brain-dead weeb if you don't think that's woke. The only reason you don't is because you seem to think woke only existed.
Also, they don't think Big Boss is woke because she kind of has a thing with Snake in Metal Gear Solid 3, which is why people, well, she's not woke, even though she kicks Snake's ass. A woman in the world of Metal Gear Solid kicks Snake's ass.
After Occupy Wall Street, when feminism has been around in various forms for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I mean, there's an entire religion/ethnic group that is very matriarchal in nature that I'm sure most of my audience is very well aware of who I'm referring to. But to be
I sure as hell know who you're referring to, Sith. Let's see. Rexus says, the first to suffer is the warrior and soldier. Darkwood's Caucasian tribe, or Caucasian Tales is a very beautiful song that represents this in a morbid and sad way. I'll type it in Discord DMs because YouTube censors. As a spy, as a hardline infiltrator.
Be a little bit less schizo about it. You can say, at the very least, a lot of what we consider woke these days started all the way back in like the 60s in movies and TV shows.
Yes.
And I would argue at least a lot of the modern definition of like progressive leftist stuff started with Marxism. But anyway, my point is Kojima has been at the forefront of girl bosses for over 20 years at this point, and although I do enjoy a lot of the female characters from the Metal Gear series, Kojima...
Booba! That makes everything else we just saw okay, right, guys? Am I right, guys? Wow, ooh, she has tits and ass. Ooh, that totally makes, it okay for Snake to have been, got his ass kicked earlier. Ooh, it totally makes it okay, guys. Of course, I'm being facetious, but you get my point.
Kojima's always been left-leaning, but with Death Stranding 2, he's definitely played all of his cards. This is just Klaus Schwab's wet dream. I mean, I know back in the first game you literally eat the bug, and you're still doing this one for health and now for your battery life as well. I don't know how the hell eating a bug...
Ooh, notice that he looks happy while eating the bugs as well. It's like, ooh, bugs are so tasty.
Charges your batteries, but don't question it. But I think the entire gameplay loop of this game, the entire purpose of this game, is a perfect example of predictive programming. What you're doing in this game is what they want the modern man to be doing in the future of society, to just do these meaningless tasks that we are gaslighted into believing are incredibly important, where in reality, we have no agency in our lives and we're fighting for nothing. The only thing that is stopping us from either getting some free rope...
Pekora! Yay, it's Pekora!
...or starting a Boogaloo-style event is copes. And this game even has all the fucking copes as well. I mean, you saw the thumbnail. I think you know where this is going.
Yay! Pekora-chan!
So first off, we have the like system, a very shallow allegory that's honestly a little bit too literal. I think everyone understands what this represents. This is just like the fucking hamster wheel, man. You run, and then you're rewarded with food and drink. Wow, okay. I built this road, I get likes. I like other people's stuff. We're all contributing to society, but this also supports the own nothing and be happy, because every single base in the game has their own resources, and they also each have their own private lockers. There's no equivalent to the Resident Evil item box except on the submarine, and you can only store a certain amount of resources on the submarine. So that means one of two things.
Let's see, what do you have to say, Postnut? For a substitute for real life play, Elder Scrolls Morrowind better than that timeline.
Either you do a shit ton of fast traveling, which takes multiple loading screens, or you do what's more likely what the game intends, which is you build a bunch of infrastructure around the base, and then you take everything you can carry and go to the next base. While it's not quite literally owning nothing and being happy, you're never truly progressing other than unlocking new weapons, new structures to build, stuff like that. You have to start over every time. So you're on this endless grind. And what makes things worse is that these structures degrade over time. Now, I think everybody's gonna just fucking beat the game before they see their own buildings break down, but this endless treadmill of keeping this dead society alive, again, is that not the perfect allegory for the collapse of Western civilization?
Dude, you nailed it right on the fucking head. It's like most people are only, like, at least in the West, most people are only, working to survive. They're not working, even, they don't have families to raise. They don't have girlfriends because, again, 95% of guys are being passed up by, majority of the women. They all go after the same fucking guy. or the same fucking guys, I should say. When someone like me, who is pretty strong and is smart and has other good traits a woman should want, so to speak, is getting passed up, yeah, you know there's a fucking problem right there.
And there's also an alternative way of playing these games, which is exactly how I played the 10 hours of the first and most of my 15 hours of this one, which is being the equivalent of a welfare parasite, where you just use everyone else's online structures and then contribute nothing of your own, because why would you? Everyone already built the roads and the zip lines and the generators, really the generators being the most important by far, because you're mostly just going to be driving in this game. There's actually not much of a reason to actually run from point A to point B anymore, which is a good thing, actually, gameplay-wise. But the driving is so goddamn boring that, well, again, wouldn't you rather...
Again, you're just basically simulating a goyim. That's what you're doing. And the thing is, it's like, why would anybody want to play this? Like, the whole point of a game is that you get some enjoyment out of it. And again, I don't think I get enjoyment out of Death Stranding 2. I think it's just a bunch of busy work for the sake of doing busy work. It's a time sink, and not a good one either. At least World of Warcraft is a good time sink. Let's see. Yes, run for office. Make guys like me want to vote for you. No vote 2024 here. Voted Orange Man 2 times. Not again in 2024. Well, I mean, I voted for Cthulhu in 2024. So, there's that. But again, I think that, I do believe that, it's like things are going to change. I maybe not under I think democracy is basically on its last legs here in this country, and I know I'm being a bit optimistic, but I do believe that's the case. People are getting fed up. We are reaching a boiling point, and things have to boil over. That's just how history works.
Just play Euro Truck Simulator at this point. At least you don't have to watch 30 hours of cutscenes. And so if we're sticking with this huge metaphor about the game representing real life, after a certain point, just getting those social media likes isn't going to be enough of a dopamine spike, and there's not really an equivalent of video games within this video game, but they do have something else that has risen up in the past 5 years under COVID that got extremely popular. VTubers!
Yay! Synth is gonna be talking about my kind! Yay! It's Pekora-chan!
As you've probably heard, Pekora is in this game. Yes, a AAA video game has a goddamn VTuber in it. Now, of course, my first thought is, this obviously reminds me of Blade Runner 2049 with the AI girlfriend, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that there's no equivalent to an AI chatbot in this game.
Honestly, a scene like this right here would have been really powerful. I don't think they needed Pekora-chan in there. I think it's a nice bonus, and I do think it kind of does, make a resemblance to that whole metaphor right there. But at the same time, it's like you should have came up with your own thing too, instead of just mooching off HoloLive talent.
And that's really what it's missing. Instead, we get Doll Man, which is basically just a copy off of Mimir from God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, and they even make a joke about hanging him on your ass.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
No, you freak. Don't touch me.
His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Really, Sam?
Now we're coming off God of War.
What about Shotgun?
Yeah, see, he was making fun of God of War. I got it. Which I think is actually one of the only downgrades from the first game to the second game. If the whole point of playing a relaxing game like this is just to chill and drive around, the last thing you want is some fucking asshole doll chatting about nothing on your hip. It's actually really annoying. It's one of the ways that it makes this game like every other modern game. That was one of the very few compliments I could give Death Stranding 1, is it felt like a semi-unique experience. Not truly unique because there's so many like indie simulator games that kind of do something vaguely similar. But as a total experience, Death Stranding still kind of plays different from other things, which makes it interesting in its own way. As someone who's played, you know, over 1,000 video games, anything that's a little different, I'm going to be a little bit more fair to critically, just because I'm tired of playing the same shit.
Enough.
But now that we have Doll Man, great name, that just makes this game even more generic. But anyway, to get back to the VTuber, so I'm not sure I even really have to explain what this represents, but for the sake of the video, I will. Modern men's society are essentially fighting for nothing. Many of us have no girlfriends.
Yep, we are. Though, I'm gonna take a bit of a short break. I'm gonna grab me some more water. I'll be back in like a few minutes, probably like 2 to 3. But let's wait a little bit before we truly black pill ourselves. All right, guys. Also, what the fuck was my friend doing on X? Anyways, I'll be back. Alright, fags, you ready to be black-pilled? I think you guys are. Let's go back.
/ wives, no children to speak of. Many of us have very little. Modern men's society are essentially fighting for nothing. Many of us have no girlfriends / wives, no children to speak of. Many of us have very little dating prospects in the modern world. And while it would be very easy for
hell, even somebody like me has few dating prospects, like real dating prospects, and I'm not just talking about like just a hookup and done. I don't have an interest in that.
Me to go full misogynist mode and talk about how online dating is giving women impossibly high standards. I mean, 80% of women only find the top 20% of men attractive. Basically, any mid or even...
It's even worse than that, Synth. It's more like 95.5, if I'm being generous. And then if I'm being real, it's probably more like 99.1.
An uglier bitch can sleep with Chad in a one-night stand, which is inevitably going to significantly raise her standards. Call it alpha widowing, call it whatever.
It's the principles of hypergamy. She's gonna want more, she's gonna want better, because she slept with better. It's just how it is.
Whatever the hell you want. So because men have these insatiable libidos, they're willing to sleep with women significantly uglier than them, which has completely destabilized relationships between men and women. Which actually, if that's what Death Stranding 2 was about, it'd be a far more interesting game. But of course, that game could never be made. Bridging the connections between men and women would be something I'd at least be personally invested in.
But also, it's like, at the same time, the elites don't want a bridge between men and women. But at the same time, I don't think they quite understand the consequences of that. What they don't get is that eventually, humanity is going to die off. And maybe I think that's certainly their goal. They want to kill the rest of us because they view us as just useless people. But at the same time, how are they going to maintain their life of luxury without at least some goyim to help them out? I don't think they thought that far ahead. Again, that's why I think a lot of our elites are rather stupid and incompetent. But at the same time, they also know what they're doing.
But no, the Death Stranding universe is very sexless. In fact, they literally have breeding programs, which is how Rainey got pregnant. I don't know if we ever meet the father in the game, maybe we do.
No,
but it certainly was not a focus of the narrative. No, it was about a strong single mother with time-altering powers, not woke, by the way. But of course, I'm rambling and going off on a tangent again. And so to get back to the point, we have no women,
if she has time-altering powers, why doesn't she just, reverse all the way back to before
we have no
the apocalypse happened?
And so we must cope in various humiliating ways, whether it's talking to AI chatbots, blowing all our money on gacha waifus, or giving it away to women pretending to be anime girls. And it's important to remember that this is not necessarily pornographic in nature. This is an extension of the male loneliness epidemic. Young men are unwanted and unloved. Yay! And so we seek these girlfriend experiences, essentially. Now, does that make it any less pathetic that it's not porn? No. It's still pretty fucking sad. And I will have to preface this with saying that, yes, some of you know I'm on good terms with a VTuber, so don't think of this as I'm talking shit about anybody in particular.
Well, Synth, you're also on good terms with me because I like your stuff and I like to shout you out frequently. So you're on good terms with two VTubers.
I understand why these people do these things, and yes, I still find it somewhat morally questionable to milk the wallets of lonely, desperate men.
Well, I mean, hey, you could always give a little something at Cashapp/cash sign ScurvyRum. I actually could kind of use the money right now, not gonna lie.
Pretending to be their friend, girlfriend, whatever the fuck.
Speaking of Cashapp, let me see if I did get something on it earlier. Nah, I didn't get anything. Aw. That blows. Nah, anyways, you guys don't have to donate. You know that well enough.
But none of that
I was just shilling my Cash App.
Is the point of this discussion. The point is it's all cope. These are all just ways to ease our never-ending pain. It's not going to lead to happiness or satisfaction with life. No, it is just staving off the rope. That is all it is. And it's not that there's inherently a problem with escapism. I mean, we all need to relax after a hard day of work. Well,
that's also true. I just think when it comes to escapism, it's like you also can't be consumed by it because then that becomes a vice in itself. and of course, you know, that means it can become a sin.
Well, maybe not me because I'm a YouTuber, but for most of us, if you're working some wage slave job, you
Audio cell. Wait, no, my mic is doing fine right now. Yeah, it's all good.
want to come home and just relax. And again, I don't think inherently that's bad. When it is a problem is when you're just constantly escaping from reality, which is what I did for most of my childhood, which is why I don't have a real job. Because video games were significant.
Yeah, I know for me, in terms of like high school or whatnot, that's what I did too. Even, especially during my later years in college, I was about, like, honestly, World of Warcraft, like, it wasn't in the greatest state, but I still got to, I mean, you know, I still got to at least experience life. You know, I went to plenty of parties in my day. It's not like I haven't had experience with girls before. Not saying, you know, no hookups or anything like that, but it's like I at least got to meet girls and talk to girls, and learn that, you know, via experience. But it's like still, you know, lockdowns really fucked me up in that regard. And at least I know that things are going to be all right on my end. I've grown a lot as a person since I was 18. But yeah, escapism was certainly there in the lockdown years. That's for sure. I very much preferred, especially during my junior year, I very much preferred to be on World of Warcraft. So even though I did make friends or whatnot, it's just at the same time, you know,
significantly better than my real life. But of course, you become an adult, and after spending tens of thousands of hours playing video games, they're not as fun as they used to be. And that can really apply to any hobby that you waste too much of your life doing. And so that leads you to find other copes. Obviously, porn is one of those things. Don't have to go into detail, but I've obviously wasted countless hours jerking off as well, as many men have. And that comes with its own dangers, especially
that wasn't me. That just wasn't me.
Having to look at more and more extreme fetish material to feel anything. And to wrap back around to this girlfriend experience thing, there's the loneliness aspect. Obviously, during COVID, the normies spent a lot more time locked up, and the loner type people probably even more than they already did. And coincidentally, this is also when VTubers
Hi, Gargura!
started to explode in popularity. It was clear that most people were kind of tired of the e-thought era. Because whack-off material is so common and widespread, the novelty's kind of...
It's Hollow Live! It's Hollow EN!
gone. I mean, yeah, talking to these vapid whores could maybe be appealing for a while, but it seems like, just based on a lot of statistics I've read, Zoomers crave real intimacy, emotional support. And, well, honestly, let's just call a spade a spade. They want love. Reminds me of that Doge meme from a few years back.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
And I don't need to tell you how popular anime is.
Yeah, that's also true. We just want to be happy and fulfilled. And for quite a few of us, you know, VTubers can provide that. But also, I know for me, as to why, and I know you guys can't see Gura on the screen. You guys can see Amelia Watson pretty well, but I know you guys can't see Gura. But the thing is, I know the reason why I became a VTuber is because I wanted to enhance my content, and that decision is paying off very well. But at the same time, it's like, man, I really do understand why so many people love these people. And again, you know, behind the model is indeed a person. For me, I just so happen to be an orange. Of course, I'm deluding myself. But anyways, that is absolutely the case. VTube in a way, many VTubers are just there to kind of help with the, the epidemic, the lonely male epidemic. It gives us a cope. I know for me, when it comes to the VTubers I watch, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a cope. It's more just like, these are people I actually like talking to online, and it's just like, hey, well, hey, they also make content too, so I'm gonna check it out. Though honestly, I prefer to check out my friends' content rather than like just like a corpo VTuber. Really, the only corpo VTuber I truly actually watch every now and then is Mari. But yeah, other than that, it's like I prefer to watch my friends. And it seems like whenever I watch my friends, it actually makes me feel a bit more like, I don't know, less alone. And it's just like, hey, it's somebody I could actually, like, talk to. Because, man, some of the, like, the normies, they don't know how to provide a conversation for shit. They just don't. It's not in their IQ to do so. They can't talk to me about politics or religion or anything that requires a high IQ to actually understand. But a lot of my VTuber friends, they get it. They get it. Scurvy is young, but he does get it. Yeah. Hey, it's Doobie and Saba. Yeah, I know Gura is Saba. I mean, man, I have some ideas for my next video for next week. Either it's going to be about why I'm a bit concerned for Saba, but even then, some of those concerns have been kind of dashed away with. Or it's going to be about Akemi Kurai's VTARD group, which has been getting a lot of unfair backlash from the centrist libertarian types who say they're better than cancel culture tactics, but still engage with them. It's fucking complicated. Yeah, at least Scurvy gets it. If I did VTubing, I'd probably be a spaceman. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. I don't really have a cope because I do have a goal, but I could tell that it did result in me becoming far different from what I used to be. I'm kind of with you there, Rexus. I'm like right now, I'm just trying to, even though I'm living at home, it's like I'm still just kind of trying to survive here. I don't have much money to my name.
And so it isn't too much of a stretch, especially given how people can't really distinguish reality from
what fear with Saba? That's something for the video right there, but it largely has to do with the fact that who she's trying to pander to. But that's kind of the fear that kind of has been dashed. It's like she's still gonna be, doing wholesome stuff while she's playing games or whatnot, or doing some karaoke, pretty wholesome stuff. Despite the fact that she's a lolicon, and I made a whole video about why lolicon is evil, and lolicons are technically also evil too, but you could watch that as well after I'm done with this stream. But again, I don't think Gura herself or Saba or Senzawa, they're all the same person. I don't think she's necessarily evil. I don't know why I said there. It must be the alcohol. I don't know why. Hold on. I don't think she's evil, but I do think she kind of knows what she's doing at the same time, so to speak. Oh yeah, I left a comment on that. Wait a second. Was that the comment I saw earlier today? Yeah, that was a really holy shit, dude. That was a really good comment. I think I'll leave a heart on that after the stream. That was holy shit. That was really good. Yeah, Samba's a lily fixation. Yep. Yeah. That was you. Holy shit, Watcher. Yeah. That was a really good comment you wrote.
From fiction anymore in many significant ways. That people are able to delude themselves that an anime girl is worthy of their time, their affection, and worst of all, their money. And this is one of the ways that people keep living.
Yo, Synth mentioned Saba. Damn, dude. Let's see. Rexus says, it resulted in me becoming very pessimistic, especially when people left when people left, all because I make my stories. Even though it's my muse. Morbidity and horror is my muse. Yet they left because of it. The shark.
Keep being a cog in the machine. It is one of the copes. One of the reasons.
Oh my goodness. So with Saba in particular, do you know how much money she spent on that model? Especially with how much staff is behind her too in the creation of the character? It's at least like 10K. 10K for everything. I'm not joking about that. She went very hard for that debut, or just the whole just everything as a whole. I'm rather impressed myself. I know my history when it comes to sexual art history. Yeah, Dusty. Like she spent several thousand. My re-debut, let me tell you how much I'm spending on my re-debut. I'm spending about like 600 on it. That's just the VTuber model itself. I've spent quite a bit on art as well. Like I $20 for my profile picture by Cranberry Inari. Like $60 on another sketch, and I'm gonna be spending $80 on a Fumo version of myself. So that's a lot of money right there. That's close to like $700-800. For Saba, it's a lot fucking more. Because she has a bunch of art assets at the ready. Merch at the ready. She knew what she was fucking doing. It's not a completely organic re-debut. She's a very smart woman and knows exactly what she's doing.
That Western society is taking so long to collapse. And so I'm not here to give you some kind of knee-jerk reaction that a VTuber made it into a huge video game. Obviously, I find it pretty cringeworthy. I mean, the first time I heard Picora speak in the game, like, just look at my fucking face, dude. But thematically, I think it fits the...
If I were to see that, I'd be like, Pickle! Again, I'm a VTuber myself. I would know who...
disgusting dystopian post-apocalypse future that Kojima created, where Sam Porter, the doomer incel golem with immortality, is forced to spread globo homo for no reward, his adoptive daughter now dead, he's fighting for nothing, yet you press on anyway because you are told to. Picora just represents another code.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. It's like, I'm just pressing on to press on. I don't really have a true reason to press on, aside from a dream that I have about, being a father and a family man. For me, it's just like, well, if I don't do this, then there's no chance I could possibly achieve what I want to achieve. Let's see. Fumo Scurvy says the man who jerks it to food. No, I know, but again, Synth has expressed that it's like, he is a victim of circumstance, and he is like, hey, don't become like me, guys. Don't have your mind be eroded by porn. Let's see. I'm planning to pay artists after I'm planning on paying artists after I'm done writing and editing my book. I'm betting it will be almost 4K because I'm inspired by Berserk and I want the art to be very good. The thing is, Rexus, so are you making a graphic novel? I forget. I thought you were just writing a book. I'd say when it comes to stuff like graphic novels, just kind of wait to see how your original book does. If it does well, then you could commission somebody to do like a graphic novel of it. With your guidance, of course.
A motivation for Sam to continue his Amazon wagey job without unaliving himself. Not that he even can in-universe. The only representation of roping is turning off the game and never starting it back up. Actually, it's kind of like Dark Souls in that way. The only way to truly go hollow as the player is to stop playing. And so this should come as no surprise, but the region that Picora is located in by far has the most structures that are all leveled up to level 3. I appropriately titled her region Simp Land, and I myself even contributed quite a bit to these structures because I honestly had no idea how like the social link mechanic worked in this game. As it turns out, really the only shit that matters is delivering stuff to her or finding the lost packages. So I end up wasting a lot of time. And once you get her link to 2 stars, you get a hat. Yay! And you get to publicly humiliate yourself in the most autistic way possible.
Becco.
This is what I wasted. I wasted over 2 hours of the stream just to listen to that. So yeah, that's the closest thing to a Death Stranding 2 review you're gonna get from me. Obviously, you shouldn't buy the game. I don't have to tell you that. Everything this represents is absolutely fucking disgusting to me.
It's literally that. Wanderer, I agree with you. That's the only good part about Death Stranding 2 is Pecora-chan's cameo. And even then, it's something that's very dystopian in itself. Pecora is the best thing about this game. Yeah, I agree with you, Pickle. I agree.
I think I truly hate this game. And not just because it's a boring Amazon employee simulator. I mean, you are a globalist golem fighting for nothing. This is exactly what they want for you.
Oy vey, goy, you're just a golem.
Again, predictive programming. You do it in the game, you're gonna do it in real life. And so I actually don't want to close out this video here because I want to talk a little bit about the nature of wage slavery in video games in general because it's been around a long time. I've been doing repetitive, meaningless tasks in video games since I was a small child. My first MMO was RuneScape. It doesn't get more of a waste of time than that. Just mindlessly mining ore, smelting it, and smithing the same 100 weapons over and over again to grind up mining and smithing. For what purpose? None. I don't.
Ah, man, that kind of reminds me of Legion, and I was so reliant on smithing the legendary items, you know, during the Legion expansion to pay for my subscription before I got a job. And it was like, oh my god, I wanted to just raid. That's all I wanted to do was raid. But it's like, because I didn't want to pay for a subscription fee, it's like, oh, I had to grind I had to do mining and all the profession stuff for hours just so I could craft some pieces of legendary gear. And it's like, well, I need to sell it at a high price because I'm trying to pay for my game time here. It was hard, but still, I managed to do it somehow for a while. Then by the time I started working and getting money, it's like, oh, that's the first thing I was going to pump it to was my WoW subscription. Good choice on my end.
Don't even know why I found it fun, except just the novelty of playing with all these countless other people that I didn't even engage with socially because I was always such an introvert, and still am. And I wish I could say that was the only game that I blew a bunch of time on for no reason. I also played Adventure Quest.
Okay, I'm doing it without a storyboard. I'm doing good so far without one, since it does improve my memory. Very hard to stay consistent. I'm doing good, though I'm worried about fucking it up.
Worlds, which is yet another just clicking simulator, with each combat class in the game only having 4 skills, and there's like over 100 classes or some shit that you collect like clothing. I've even spent some time on mobile games I'm deeply embarrassed of. Probably the video game that I have spent the most time on in my entire life was a Facebook game called Marvel Avengers Alliance. Because believe it or not, I used to be a huge cape shit guy. My dad grew up loving comic books, and he passed down a lot of his comics to me. And so I loved superheroes until the movies kind of ran everything into the ground. And so I played this fucking turn-based RPG for thousands of hours, just daily grinding. It was essentially a proto-modern mobile game. And all that time is gone. The game got shut down like, I don't know, at least 8 years ago. And I have absolutely nothing to show for it. I never recorded any of that progress. It's gone. All that time down the drain. And after that, there was GTA Online. Yes, like I said in the intro, I spent over 500 hours in GTA Online.
Let's see. Doing the whole mining and smithing stuff is fun if you like games about crafting. RuneScape is definitely more about the adventure, though.
Who knows how many of that just running import-export missions, just flying expensive cars from point A to point B, and occasionally selling my bunker full of weapons like every 8 to 12 hours or whatever it was. And while, yes, I still do have all those things, in fact, I might boot up my PS4 and show some of my garages here. Who cares? What was I doing it for? Just to run the Doomsday heist one time with my buddies? I'm not even sure if we ever even ended up completing the casino heist. Even Monster Hunter World, at least the base game, I played like a wage slave game, because the end game was just killing the same Elder Dragon over and over and over again for a 1 in like 1,000 chance of dropping an attack jewel. Why did I do that? Why did I waste my fucking time? I love that game, and I was ruining it for myself because I had nothing better to do.
That's something else too about games is just like you can ruin the enjoyment of it yourself. Like that's kind of how I felt about WoW. Like when I was doing like Mythic Plus back in Dragonflight, I was ruining the game for myself. Now I'm just like, hey, I'm pretty happy to be a solo player. I don't really want to talk to the community though. It seems like it's probably going to be better in the next patch. I'm probably still going to be doing a lot of solo stuff.
And that brings us to the game that I'm sure all of you know that I play if you've ever tuned into a single one of my streams, Dragon Ball The Breakers. Now, that's not a wage slave game necessarily. It's an asymmetrical multiplayer game that's somewhat similar to Dead by Daylight, with some elements from Evolve, if you remember that game from a decade ago. And I've spent over 500 hours in that as well. Now, although I've had a lot of fun playing that game, and like I just said, it doesn't really have wage slave
the best part of Synth Stream is always going to be the Breakers stuff, because that's when he gets into Doomer Hour. How do they manage to make an MMO into an antisocial experience? Honestly, I think it largely has to do with the fact that the community, I actually have to say that it's the community that is just the toxic ones. It's always been the case since 2004. A community in an MMO is always going to be toxic. There's going to be some good people in there, but just in general, everybody is very much self-interested in their own progression rather than the progression of those around them. I'm glad Blizzard at least acknowledged that's how people play the game.
Elements to it. There's not much of a reason to log in every day and fill up the battle pass or any of that stuff. You don't have to. I have treated it like a wage slave game because I stream it so often. Out of that over 500 hours I've played it, I think over 200 were on stream. I have subjected people to watching this shit game for a countless amount of time over countless streams because it's easy. It's like doing my job. Like, streaming itself has become a soulless job when I play this. But I love Dragon Ball The Breakers to death and will be sad when it finally shuts down. But when it does, it'll just be yet another game in this list where I have nothing to show for all my effort except, I guess, a million stream archives. And again, I'm not here to shame anybody about this stuff.
And keep in mind, some of those archive channels have been taken down, unfortunately. I think Cry has been taken down. Puar is Sexy has stopped archiving stuff. It's kind of sad. Dragon Ball games are wage slave shit.
I think all of us have wasted a fuck ton of time on a game that is just ultimately meaningless. There's so many examples of this. Euro Truck Simulator, any MMO ever made, Factorio, RimWorld, Kenshi, arguably a shit ton of JRPGs. And of course, I couldn't forget basically my arch nemesis of modern gaming, sandbox games, and to a lesser extent, Western RPGs, at least the ones with extremely half-assed side quests and open-world activities. And another genre that I just absolutely despise that is shockingly popular on PC is these survival crafting games. There's like 1,000 of these. And people will actually pretend they're quality games. I mean, remember Pal World? The amount of people who were pretending that game was good just because they hate Game Freak is unreal. And of course, a lot of strictly multiplayer.
Yeah, Pal World has just become slop to me, in my opinion. Like seriously, did there need to be a Terraria collaboration? It just looks so goofy and gay and stupid to me. And I'm just like, well, hey, looks like Synthetic Man was right yet again. I'm kind of glad I never got into Pal World. It just looked, it kind of looked a little generic to me, aside from the creature designs, or at least some of the creature designs. Pal World was always slop to me, though. I see. Nothing can top Minecraft or something. Created by Chinese sweatshop in Pal World. Yeah, like, you can do stuff like that, but to me, it's like, that's kind of, like, once that novelty wears out, I'm just like, well, what am I supposed to do? Minecraft is also slop. In a way, yeah. But the thing is with Minecraft, I think what makes it different than Pal World is like, it's like at least there's something that you could build in creative mode. That's one thing I always liked about going back to Mince Raft. It was creative mode. But yeah, modern Minecraft, I kind of agree. It's a little slop. But some of the videos I've seen of it as of late, you know, like some guy pretend, you know, can we beat Minecraft as illegal immigrants? That's fucking hilarious to me. Or can you beat Minecraft as George Droid? That's also hilarious. Just using base Minecraft as a way to be politically incorrect is fucking hilarious.
Games as well. I'm sure a couple of those examples in there will probably piss off some people, but ultimately you just have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? What are you working toward? If you're not really working toward anything, that's how you know it's a wage slave game. That's why Death Stranding 2 is like...
Yeah, Minecraft devs are so lazy that they take years to implement features that mods made in a month could put in. Yeah. My goodness, those devs are so fucking lazy, dude.
A perfect example. I mean, yes, you're working to connect all of Australia, but why? Why are you doing it? Is it fun?
And there's no real story reason as to why this is important. It's just, you're just a goy trying to do busy work for APAC. That's quite literally it.
To drive from point A to point B? No, it fucking isn't. You're wasting your time because you have nothing better to do. And that is the real problem with your life, with my life. If we had a wife, if we had kids, we would not be wasting time on this shit. And if you are married and have kids, and this is what you choose to spend your precious time on, you need to reevaluate your fucking life.
I agree. I will say, when it comes to like video games and you know, having kids or whatnot, it's like, show your kids actual video games with compelling gameplay loops. It's like, show this is what it means. This is what a video game should be. That's what I plan on doing by the time I have kids. It's like, they're gonna learn all about the great games that their dad liked to play. Wait, there's finally copper tools in Minecraft. Are you shitting me? Copper has been in the game for years and completely useless until the next update. Holy shit, dude. Copper tools have been a thing for years. You're right about the Minecraft devs being lazy. I was just saying, it's like, at least there's something that you could come back to. It's like, even if you do just play default Minecraft, it's like, yeah, you know, if you take a break for a while, there's going to be new shit in there, and you can just build and shit. I'm still waiting for Emerald Tools. Me too, dude. I've been waiting for Emerald Tools for 12 fucking years.
The real problem with this shit, at the end of the day, is not necessarily the neats. I understand why the NEETs play games like this. You got
Yeah, me too.
no job, and so you treat the video game as a job to replace.
Yeah, that's what I did with World of Warcraft, and that's what I did during my my undergrad years.
That whole.
No wonder why. I mean, hey, I know people are like, oh, my Shadowlands is a job, but it's like, hey, this is my job. My classes are piss easy.
In your soul to give you some illusion of purpose, some illusion to contribute to society because you are a man and.
But you're not actually contributing to anything, though.
Deep down, you want to be useful to the community, but there's no way that you can do that in modern society, so I get it. What I do not understand, what is truly the soulless NPC behavior, is having a job, working fucking retail, or in the food industry, or any of these other meaningless jobs that serve no fucking purpose.
It's like what Undead Chronic said. By the time the white people get replaced, the illegals are going to be saying, or the children of the illegals are going to be saying, why the fuck would I want to do this? And this is all, and this in question is serving the mystery meat goy slop at McDonald's or doing some other bullshit service industry job that doesn't pay anything. Delivery Stranded 2 Pecco Packaging Edition.
And then you come home, and then you fucking play Death Stranding 2. Those are the true golems. You were meant to have no inner thoughts. You cannot imagine Apple. You can't perceive breakfast. You are the perfect slave for modern society. That's who these games are really made for. Escapism used to be simple power fantasies. You want to be the knight who...
I missed when gaming was about power fantasies. I really do. Because when games were about providing a power fantasy, they were actual actual games with compelling gameplay loops and true gameplay experiences. Now, because people would rather prefer to be a goyim in video games rather than, play somebody of actual, importance in the world of the game. It's like, well, no shit. No shit. They're gonna be acting like goyim themselves.
Who saves the princess from the dragon. Well, of course, saving a princess is objectifying her, which is misogynist, so we can't have that anymore. We're not allowed.
Well, Watcher, I would say that's more so Doom. That's my power fantasy of choice. I want to be the fighter screaming commands at my party. Mojang took 3 years to make a proper biome generation update. Modders made that 8 years ago in a mod.
To have any attractive women in video games anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Mojang is extremely slow to update things, even though modders have figured this shit out for ages. Again, it's just a consequence of Mojang being bought up by Microsoft. They should have never been bought up by Microsoft. I firmly believe that.
More. And if there is one, it's some Coomer bait sex doll like Eve from Stellar Blade with no substance at all. Men are not allowed to be men. You have to be a worthless cog in the fucking machine, simping for an anime girl's PNG pussy. It's so over, man. It's so unbelievably over. In fact, you could argue it never began, at least for many of us.
Yeah, I agree. Though for me, I wouldn't say it never began because, if you've listened to my bar stories enough, you know that it certainly has began. But for many people, it certainly hasn't, and I truly feel for them. I really do. Again, I'm not the type of guy that's like, oh, well, so if you were to date, if you were to say, just start talking shit about short guys, I would be, yeah, we're through. We're fucking through. Because a lot of my friends are shorter than me. You don't understand the statistical probability of you ending up with a guy who is 6'2".
We are not even allowed to fantasize about the things that we want anymore because that's dangerous thinking. It's sexist, it's racist, it's homophobic, anti-Semitic. buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. It's all so tiresome, man. And you guys wonder why I'm so unbelievably negative about video games. And let's just be honest here. I'm gonna turn 30 by the end of this year. In a better world, I wouldn't even be playing video games anymore. I'd have a real fucking job. I'd have a
Well, chances are you might still be playing video games, but you'd also be playing truly good games with your kids. That's something else too.
Wife and kids by now. But no, instead, I'm a 29-year-old man bitching about video games on the internet. That is the purpose of my existence, I guess, is my YouTube channel. That's the only thing I'm continuing
Well, yeah, you'd also share a lot of the hobbies you'd have with your kids as well.
for. It doesn't matter if I got, 150,000 subscribers and a bunch of money. That's just not good enough in this modern world, apparently, if you're an asocial spurg who hates people. And so, yes, this video was never really about Death Stranding 2. It was about men having no purpose in modern society. Because in a way, that's what Death Stranding 2 is really an allegory for, or the real lesson of the game is to tell you to push on.
I'm also with you there, Dusty. A politisberg and a monarchist. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, well, yeah, you could also use that as leverage as well. Women do like guys who are like, I don't give a fuck what you think. And that makes, again, it triggers something in their femoid brain that is like, oh, this guy, he's giving me the tingles. Because, again, women think like children.
Even if you have nothing to live for. Just keep working that wage slave job, Goy. We need you. You're so important. We love you. But no, you can't have a woman. You can't have children. No one will ever care about men's rights until society literally collapses, which unfortunately I don't think is going to happen anytime soon. And it's all because of these copes. These copes that have been around for a long time now. Whether it's TV, movies, watching sports, video games, pornography. And now we have even more dystopian things like VTubers and AI chatbots.
Yep, you got me as a cope, guys.
To keep us going. Since nobody wants to even look at modern men, much less touch them. God, isn't that fucking great. This has got to be the most black-pilled video I've ever made on this channel, but things are pretty bleak, dude. They're pretty fucking bleak. So yeah,
I truly feel for the guys out there who can't even get a hug from somebody. Man, it's been like about like almost 3 months since I've last got a hug from a girl my age or around my age. For me, I'm feeling like, what the fuck? I'm already feeling like I'm not a person again. But for some of you guys who, I don't know, maybe you haven't even been hugged by a cute girl around your guys' age for a while. Man, I truly feel for you guys. That's probably a special kind of brutal I'd never know. Or even a hug from family. Yeah, that's something else too. At least I know for me, I know when it comes to like I know I've been hugged. I think the most recent hug I've gotten was from my godmother. And it's like, that was nice. It felt nice to feel appreciated, but I think there's a difference between that and being hugged by a girl who finds you cute or attractive or whatever, and you also find her attractive. I think that's a different feeling. One's more mutual, the other is more romantic. I don't care to be hugged by strangers. I do want hugs from people I know and trust. Yeah, fuck you, Pickle. I know. You're basically married at this point. Like me, it's been 4 years since I was hugged by anyone, either platonically, familially, or romantically. Like, damn, Rexus. I feel for you, dude. I really do. Yeah, hugs are indeed nice. It's a show that like somebody cares.
Is it any wonder why I don't care about the video game industry anymore? It's not that I hate video games. I can still play some good games. When I was playing through Gex 2 and now some of Gex 3 on stream, I was having a great time. Doesn't even matter that Gex is like a pretty mid 3D platformer by the standards of that era. Gex is infinitely more fun than Death Stranding, and it's simple. It brings you back to the time of your childhood, even if I don't even get like a lot of the 80s references that Gex makes in the game. It's just mindless.
Well, Saint Quagmire, remember the time that Terminator decided to kill me? Well, Peter.
It's fun to take your mind off how bad things are for a little while. But yeah, you could argue that's part of the problem. I've read that comment on so many of my videos now. Whenever I talk about gaming is dying, there's always someone saying, gaming dying is a good thing, actually, because then maybe you'll improve your real life. Well, that's a lot.
Every time I fucking hear this song in particular, this is going to be a complete aside. Every time I hear this song in particular, I think of that fucking Dreamy Bowl meme. Thank you.
Easier said than done. Many of us don't really belong in modern society, and we've learned that the hard way.
Yeah, we really don't. Modern society is definitely not built to last, to say the least. It's definitely not. I do think things are going to change. I know that might seem a little optimistic, especially since sometimes I'm just like, oh, nothing ever happens. But it's like things have to happen soon. They have to. If nothing does, then we are going to go extinct. As a species, at least in the West. I refuse to let that happen. The Fuda asks to see synths. Ask, what do you call yours? I call mine the Great White Hope. El Shefo. Nurgle at play. Yeah.
And as much as I would like to believe that, you know, things will just work out, I'll just get lucky and things will turn around, I find that increasingly hard to believe as I get older. So I no doubt will read some normie comments on this video talking about, oh, you know, just take a shower, smile, cold approach women, join a bike club or a cooking class. Just utterly worthless advice, most of which you have never taken yourself. No, the sad fact of the matter is most women are not attracted to most men, and most men throughout human history didn't even pass on their genes, yet most women did. Maybe get a paternity test if you have children. But I digress. The purpose of this video is not to encourage you to get some free rope. It's just to mourn the sad state of escapism and why we even need escapism in the first place. And I implore you, if you are wasting your time on something like Euro Truck Simulator or any of these other numerous indie game simulator games, or even worse, Death...
Well, what about Cuckold Simulator, Synth? I'm probably gonna play that again sometime in the future, like, not gonna lie. I don't know when. It's probably gonna be sometime in August that I'm gonna just like, and all my Christian VTuber friends are gonna be like, Scurvy, what the fuck are you playing? But I've already been pretty far ahead in terms of the story, so I don't know how I feel about restarting everything. But anyways, I will say, in terms of, you know, playing simulator games as like a cope, it's like, it has to be one of the more pathetic ones out there. If you're gonna cope using video games, at least cope with the good ones that actually have a gameplay loop that isn't just, you know, being a goyim.
Stranding 2. Please find some better entertainment. Play.
But ultimately, I think we get the point, Synth. Ultimately, the reason why. So let's get to the after show here, shall we? And let me drag myself up. Up. And down. There we go. So ultimately, the reason why Death Stranding 2 is canceled is because, well, in terms of the storytelling, there's not really a story. It's just a bunch of painful allegories to real life, and whether Kojima wants to acknowledge those allegories or not, you know, I don't know how to describe it, but it doesn't really feel like a story. It doesn't. There's nothing you could really like escape to in terms of even if it is a post-apocalypse story, and that in itself can be an escape, but it just seems a bit too real, so to speak, and there's a lot of things in Death Stranding 2 that there's a lot of leftist propaganda in it as well. There's a lot of bullshit in it, but it's very depressing. Like you said, Dusty, Death Stranding 2 is a very depressing game. And I don't see the point in trying to escape something that I don't really see the point in trying to escape something that you're already living. That's the thing, you're already living through this shit. But anyways, I've been rambling on for almost 5 hours now. So, I'll catch you guys next week. There's gonna be a video. I'm kind of tossing whether or not it's going to be about Samako Saba or just the bullshit outrage against Akemi Karai's VTARD group. You'll know next Thursday. But yeah, I get where you're coming from, Rexus. This is the cancellation segment tonight was absolutely blackpilling. Not just in regards to the death of storytelling, and Death Stranding 2 is very much representative of that because, again, Kojima is very much a hack. He's trying to be with the Hollywood crew who would want to, suck the blood out of children for adrenochrome, even though that doesn't really do anything. Let's be real. I don't. I feel like laughing at everything. This is temporary. Well, that's another way you could look at it too. This is all temporary, but at the same time, I'm just saying, the Death Stranding 2, what it represents, it is kind of depressing, even if not every one of us lives it directly, so to speak. But some of us are experiencing it worse than others. That's for sure. But anyways, next week you're going to get a new video from me, and then there's going to be another stream on Friday. And then after that, I'm going to be taking quite a bit of a break from just content creation in general. I think I'm still going to try to be on Archaeosophy's King's Council podcast. And then also, I think I'm going to do a bit of I'm also going to collaborate with him a bit further in regards to something we're planning, which I'm not going to say right now, but you'll know what it is when it gets made. But I will catch you guys later.